We're back, and we're a samurai. So Valverdrix actually found the hat on the market port. This is the hat. This is the hat I was referencing. Never did actually find it, but this is a crafted hat, which is not the exact same one. But whatever. Never found the robe either, but that's just gone, and it's probably staying gone forever. So that's neat. Also did a little bit of inventory sorting and measured a few things, and we're ready to continue. We'll be doing, I've already decided some of our order of events. I was leaning this direction in general. But what we're going to be doing is we're going to finish the role quests, of which, remember, we have about 1.5 left. And then we're going to do either the near raid or save the queen. Possibly in that order. I'm not 100% sure. It depends on how queue times work and quest times, and we'll see. But either way, that's the immediate goal. Forgive me, Lore. I would forgo the wine on this occasion. Father's lackluster reception has put me in rather dour spirits. As you may have gathered from our exchange, I am a free citizen of Yulmore. Owing to my parents' considerable wealth, I have enjoyed a relatively privileged upbringing. Privileged and unbearably boring. Which is why I quit the city and resolved to become a bounty hunter. I am no fool, though. I am aware of the fortunate circumstances, which is why I elected to conceal them from the people of Crystarium. People are wont to jump to uncharitable conclusions. I feel as though you and I have established a rapport, raise eyebrow. So I thought it best to bring you into my confidence. I pray you refrain from telling others. Now then, since Lambert has decided to turn this into a race, we have no choice but to oblige and slay Andrea before he does. This calls for a veritable army of hired hands. You don't have any more money, dude. Alas, in a fit of frustration, I declined my father's coin. Without additional resources, we have no choice but to conduct the search by ourselves. Moreover, I am rather embarrassed to admit I can pay you only in token sum, but I trust that will not deter you from joining me anon? I don't know, I'll have to think about it. Really? I mean, of course you weren't in it for the money. Perish the thought. Right. Oh yeah, I want to test some too. I do, Gum Gum, but I couldn't describe it to you. It's up here. And I'm not a good artist, so I haven't drawn it. You know how that... You probably understand that problem. I'm sure a lot of people understand that problem. I can see it in my head. Let's see. Let's see here. Names. That didn't help. Okay. I'm guessing those aren't pets. Maybe they are pets? Maybe they're under NPCs? Minions! There we go. Minions. See if that helps a little bit. Nope. I still select her. Even with the name off. Whatever. Someone's doing the lollipop, which is approximately terrifying, so let's start the next quest. You see? I did it again. I selected her. Hem. 76, so 6, 8, 3 more for this one. Lore, my friend, thank the gods you're here. Ever since we parted ways 5 seconds ago, I've been exhausting myself 5 seconds ago, running all over the Crystarium for 5 seconds, questioning anyone and everyone, hoping someone might have seen Andrea, but alas. You haven't gone outside even for a bit. I love that hat. I want that hat in real life. Well, of course, surely this is the limit of what a man with meager financial resources can accomplish. You're an idiot. Never mind all that. For it but recently dawned on me the vision you saw of Renda Ray's... Her past could hold the clues for which we have been desperately searching. Okay, that's a good one, Valverdrix. When you first described it to me... Oh, sorry. I want to say this vocally. Thank you, Valverdrix, for helping me find that hat again. It is an awesome hat. Thank you. When you first described it to me, I felt as though I'd heard it before, and I had. My wet nurse had told me the exact same story when I was a boy. 'Twas a tale of a courageous hunter who, together with her comrades, embarked on a quest to slay a notorious mark, a great horned beast. They come upon their quarry, and we already know what happens here. There can be no doubt. Bobina is the celebrated hunter, the hero I admired so much in my childhood. After that tragic day, The hunter resolved not to rely upon others, and instead slew the beast by herself. She somehow found a way to compensate for her weakness. Anyway, my recollection of the tale is is likely riddled with errors. We should ask Miss Olvara to recount it in full. She's a bounty hunter, you know. Also, in light of this, I would share you an interesting theory concerning all the virtues I heard from a fellow hunter. Apparently, each appears to be driven by particular memories, moments forever changed to these fallen heroes. I mean, makes sense, doesn't it? She was a hunter of notorious marks in life and in death. I don't know why it didn't occur to me before. But if that is indeed the reason why she behaves as she does, then the more we learn about her adventures, the better our chances of predicting where she'll turn up. All the more reason to go and see my other wet nurse. My former wet nurse. Miss Olvara lives in Gatetown. Why? Did she not have enough meal? Or whatever they called it. Well, actually, yes. Hierarchia does certainly sound interesting. Why does it say partner in tea time, and how do you get that title? By the way, this is Valvatrix. The amazing and awesome. I don't know if I like that outfit, if I'm being completely honest, but it's entirely the shorts. It just looks odd next to an extremely formal top, which looks really cool, by the way. And then there's that. I don't know. We all know what Zero looks like, because Zero's over here. I look like crap, because I don't have my Alexander gear yet, and I haven't seen anything else I really like yet. Unreal Trials. Got it. Well, as long as you don't call it the Dane Law anymore, I think we're good. You don't like Dive, Agamemnon? Whoop! Lord, this is Miss Olvara, the wet nurse who raised me for practically the entirety of my childhood. She was bonded to my family and lived with us in the city at the time. Oh, she was a slave. Some of you probably don't remember. This whole city is incredibly messed up. You've grown into such a strapping young man, but I can't imagine you came to Gatetown just to pay me a visit. Not in front of him, if you please, but to answer your question, we did in fact come to see you. There were stories you told me as a child of a courageous hunter. Was that hunter perchance the warrior of light, Babina? All the reasons you could have... Aye, those are the stories of Babina, the greatest bounty hunter of her day. The legend so many aspired to become. Less so after the flood. It was still fresh in everyone's minds when I was younger, and for all the good they had done in life, none could deny the chaos they sowed in death as sin-eaters. Despite all that, me and my mates still looked up to her. We knew all her feats and swore to preserve them, in secret, if need be, that she might inspire future generations as she did ours. So years and years later, when you wanted to hear the tales of the adventures of heroism, I couldn't help but share the ones with the nearest and dearest to my heart. I only wish I hadn't had to change all the names. Then it's true, the hero I looked up to as a child, whose tales of daring do drove me to take up the bow, as you had, to pester you for training that I might become a bounty hunter, was her. Miss Olvara, Laura and I are hunting Andrea, and we believe that one of the stories you shared with me may help guide our party. Namely, the one about the great horned beast that killed her friends. Will you tell it to me again? Wicked White, is that? Oh, very well. Even as a young hunter, her incredible hearing was unparalleled. She could track her quarry through a forest by the most minute sounds of their passing, from malms away, even by some accounts. Even the most subtle and stealthy beast never eluded her for long. A misplaced foot, a snapped branch, eventually Ronde Ray would know, and her aim was always good and true. As she grew older and honed her skills further, she set her eyes on bigger prizes. She became a hunter of notorious marks and of Muhammad Elvis. Together with her comrades, she killed Muhammad Elvis. He could not stand beneath her iron tirade. Alas, as her reputation swelled, so too did Muhammad Elvis. Only the most dangerous Muhammad Elvis would suffice, and so they resolved to hunt the Scourge of Norvant. Muhammad Elvis! I'm done. Thank you for the bits. Scourge of Norvant. Always appreciates her. I've put those towards Kotfi and towards Mafia 1. No, that's Mafia 2. I'm sorry, I misread that. I have not put those towards Mafia 1. Now I've put those towards Mafia 2. There we go. After burying the hunters and vowing that she would one day avenge them, she took to the road once more. And, oh, there it is. I felt the odd. Oh, but it didn't happen. She met Ardbert and his fellow warriors of light, and for a time she accompanied the fledgling heroes on their adventures. To them, she was a breath of fresh air, a vibrant young woman who savored every moment and found joy in simple pleasures. They knew not of her fallen friends or how their deaths weighed heavily upon her still. The party wandered the realm, performing many great deeds and growing ever stronger. As did she. While in Kalusia, she even devised a way to kill Walker, the great and terrible beast. And then, while engaging in adventure in Raktika, a rumor reached her ears. Walker, Scourge of Norvant, Devourer of Souls, had been spotted near Sishia Swamps. 'Twas a golden opportunity, but to seize it would be to face the beast alone. She could not wait for Ardbert and the others, nor could she ask that they forsake their sworn duty. But perhaps it was just as well, for the memory of her defeat still haunted her. The courageous hunter had allowed a single fear to take root in her heart, the fear of losing her new companions as she had her old. So it was that she ventured forth in secret, resolving to slay her hated foe, Walker, alone. With all her strength and guile, and legendary hunter did just that. I really like this motif in this game. I noticed it was actually part of the in music, even. Vengeance claimed she rejoined Ardbert and the others, and never spoke of the terrible battle twixt her and the dread beast. And from that day onward, she was Bobina, warrior of light, and the deeds of her and her comrades would be celebrated forevermore. Strange to think a woman I admired when I was young could become the sin eater I swore to slay. What she became doesn't change who she was, even if the tales were a little embellished over the years. They were rooted in the truth. She was and will always be a hero to me, and to you, I hope. You got it, Walker. Thank you for the bits. I'll put those towards, I assume you mean Episode 2. If not, please feel free to clarify. Episode 2 of the Parish campaign, specifically. Thank you, Miss Ulvara, for everything. I promise I will visit you again soon. So, lore, remember that theory I told you about, the virtues being driven by powerful memory? If Andrea is reenacting the journey leading up to her confrontation with Muhammad Elvas, the one that took her from Arang to Kalusia, then the next destination must be the Kingdom of Rainbows. I don't know. No, probably the woods. Right, that's where she laid the beast low, in the Sishia Swamps. And so that's where we shall go. Let us away! Now listen, there's an awful lot of people who don't know about her, or the world for that matter. So wherever you go and whatever you see, remember not to take it all at face value. Don't just accept what others tell you is good and true. Listen to your heart and decide for yourself. Yeah, we're finally going to hear my favorite overworld song of Shadowbringers by memory. His parents never hesitated to provide him with all the wealth and opportunities they could, but when it came to love and support, all I can say is it's a miracle the boy turned out as well as he did. Hello, Adectus. One can never have too many friends or too much support. That goes for you as well, I should think. I mean, my friends are my power. So... Oh my god, what is that horrible, nightmarish, hideous beast? Oh, it's just Zira. Hi, Zira. What are you wielding? Oh, that's your red mage outfit. Which one is that? Ah, Knights of the Round one. I looked into some of the Knights of the Round gear, and some of it looked pretty cool. I don't know how to get it off the top of my head. And I don't think I decided if I wanted any of it or not. You know, one thing I do like about WoW that FF14 lacks? There's a transmog tab in WoW Now, I'm explaining myself poorly, so let me try this again. Let's say I'm like, oh, what armor is that? And someone's like, oh, it's this armor. I could hit the button, which it's that button on WoW. And there's every cosmetic piece in the entire game in that window for the class I currently am. And whether I have it or don't, I can just look at it right then and there. And then I mouse over it, it tells me where it drops, or where I get it from, and I can see what it looks like on me immediately. It is a brilliant in-game visual, like a preview tool. There's that song. Now that's a relatively recent thing, the catalog. They added that in Legion, but it is still an awesome thing. Hey, solo mandatory. Spit, 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 spit. When I was little, Miss Elvira seemed so much bigger and stronger than me. Though to be perfectly honest, the way she carries herself even now bespeaks a confidence I cannot help but envy. But never mind that. We have a virtue to hunt. Really, Remedy Zexion? Wow. Let us commence our search at once, and keep your weapons at the ready, friend. Aw, we're being scaled down, which means we're losing abilities, which means I still don't get to practice being an 80 samurai. I'm never going to get to practice being an 80 samurai, because everything I do is below 80. And level reduction equals low skills. About time our luck turned for better. There she is. Uh-oh. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! Now?! What it probably is they probably haven't done any of the prep work. How do I phrase this? Especially when it comes to most creative things, but especially programming, if you haven't done the prep work, then making it work after the fact, yes, they're pure evil Gum-Gum, I get it. I'm sorry. It does sound like they are immoralistic, which is interesting. Words. I lost my train of thought. If you don't do the prep work, it's not going to work, right? Like, if you have a tent, and you want to... Just hear me out. I know this is a dumb analogy. But if you have a tent, and you're like, you know, it would work. It would be much better shelter from the environment if we had, like, an actual roof. And you can't put a roof on the tent, right? You have to build up from that point. I have a theory, I don't know if this is true, that a lot of the things that just feel like duh decisions that they probably should do in FF14 are that problem, that they haven't done the prep work. They don't have the baseline and the foundation. So they're just kind of making do with what they have. Because a lot of the things that I wish would be in this game are things that aren't exactly, like, out of bounds, right? They're not things that would be impossible to do, especially from a modern perspective. But anyways, I wish you were here with me, but it's better that you're not. We have a score to settle, you bloody bastard, and this time I'm ready for your tricks. Oh, this is why we're being scaled down. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, group questing would be nice. And I know what you're thinking, well, how would you do this in a group? First of all, Halo. Second of all, Guild Wars 2. Both games have figured out a way to make sections like this, which are solo sections, still have a co-op option. Alright, I haven't played Bard since, like, heaven's word. So that's the interrupt, that's a heal. That's a cooldown, that's a dot. Okay. Am I out of range? There we go. Hey, look, we can't even. Well, it. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Hey, Justin. I do hope the day has been treating you well. And if it hasn't. I always felt like Bard was a class I should enjoy. I just never did. But then again, it could be the problem I have with so many other classes in this game, aka I only ever played it up to 50. I'm glad you're enjoying Tor, but I gotta warn you, the story is the best part about Tor, so... Just giving you the heads up on that one. Oh, Star Trek VI was actually a treat to go through. Just a few polishing passes, really. I would... Yeah, Dragoon is really bad. I feel like there's another one, which is as bad as Dragoon when you're when you're below 50, and maybe it's White Mage? I don't remember. Because it's actually been a while since I've played anything other than, you know, the big four that I've been leveling for a while now. It might be Black Mage. I'm not sure. I will say this, Samurai below 50, yeah, Samurai below 50 is just boring. Just, ugh. That's, you know what, I'll take that as a compliment, Remedy Zexion. Fire, 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 blizzard, blizzard, blizzard. Yeah, whoops. Oh yeah, I said I'd explain tech debt, but Mr. Red isn't here, and he's the one who asked about it, so I'll wait. Oh, wasn't paying attention. That's on me. Hey, the party's here, just like last time. Tech debt. I'm gonna fail explaining this, but tech debt. Can I please move? I do like this song. It's a good song. I mean, I like a lot of the music in this game, so what the hell do you want from me? That is kind of what I'm thinking, Valvedrix. I'm not doing it yet, for obvious reasons, but that is the direction I'm leaning. Oh, dude, that sounds awesome, Steve from HR. I am envious, sir and or madam. Oh. Yes, this song's pretty boppin'. I mean, I tend to do the same thing. Anyways, tech debt, since we got a nice long fight against us here. So, tech debt, I'm going to fail to explain this properly. It's a concept that boils down to, we made something and now it's kind of out of debt, but because we have to keep developing forwards, we don't have time to go back and fix it. That unfixed code, that's the debt. Make sense? That's the part, that's the aspect of the programming that is behind at this point. Now, I'm saying this really generically because this can apply in a lot of different ways. I usually see this phrase used in a professional sense. Like a company that does SQL stuff, for example. There's a lot of tech debt at those kind of companies. And as much as it seems counterproductive and counterintuitive to just kind of ignore tech debt and let it bail up, the problem is, in most real-life circumstances, you don't deal with tech debt. You're probably wondering, well, why? Well, let's assume this for a moment, and this is applicable to FF14. Let's assume that you're a company and you've got a code and you've got a bunch of customers, and it's like, well, okay, we're getting out of date, we're having all these problems with this thing, we need to go back and polish this up and do a little bit more future-proofing with regards to our code. That's going to take time and effort. That means you effectively have to reach out to your customers and say, hey, we need you to be okay with us shutting you down temporarily, or charging you for this, or not being able to keep up with, current stuff to pay off the debt stuff. Now, sometimes the customers will be like, okay. What usually happens, though, is the customers say, screw that. And so what you end up doing is you Band-Aid on top of Band-Aid on top of Band-Aid, which is exactly what this game has done. This is how I said, I told you this would tie in. Not off the top of my head, Valdrix, no. So, that's tech debt. Paying off tech debt basically means not producing content in order to future-proof and polish old stuff that really may or may not necessarily be a problem. But, might be considered to be a problem. And yeah, tech debt, at a certain point, tech debt will catch up to you. There will reach a point where you have to rip off that Band-Aid. Usually, how far you go into that varies from industry to industry. In some cases, you can stretch that tech debt out for in the decades range. There's a reason why there's so many professional IT companies and network companies, or network engineering professionals who still use Windows XP. It's not just because it's stable, it's because so much of their stuff was designed for XP, and they don't have the ability to go pay off that debt to move it from XP to something more modern, right? This is also related to why so much of the internet sits on code that was designed 20 years ago. But, yeah. Anyways, so that's the FF14 problem. They would have to reach a point where the player base would be okay with what is effectively no new content for a reasonably large period of time to bake through that tech debt, to actually update and really sit down and polish up the old code, possibly even just completely pushing in a new engine. And that may or may not be a thing that could ever happen. It is and that is a huge risk, by the way. It's worth noting. I think it's a worthwhile risk, my opinion. But I do want to make it clear that is a huge risk. Anyways. Tough bugger, am I right? I don't know what to say. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry for trying to go it alone. Why'd you pray do something so foolish? If we'd been here from the first, you wouldn't have seen anything even approaching the challenge. What? She's a dwarf. I can't do a female voice, so... Back in the day, I was a bounty hunter. I've told you that much, but I haven't told you of my partners. Please don't tell me the story for the third time. Yep, okay. So, this is the third time this quest chain has told this story. Yep, That's cool. I never intended to keep it a secret. It's just you never asked. I don't like talking about it. Easier to live in the moment, The next town, next job. Weeks flew by, and after time, I started having second thoughts. I'd lost those closest to me before. I didn't want to live through that again. Are we not comrades? Through thick and thin, hello? These bonds of fellowship between us must come above all else. Otherwise, they may as well not exist. You say the thought of losing us pained you? What about our feeling? What of our loss? What if we had not arrived when we did? You saved our lives more times than I could count. How dare you refuse to let us do the same? Without those keen ears of yours, I'll never know what bollocks Grendon and Albert are whispering about me behind my back, and ignorance is not bliss, let me tell you. Ironically, that would also be a huge risk, Regibrard. Not saying I disagree, just point it out. Although, if they were going to do either a pause to fix tech debt or make a new MMO, in my opinion, post-Shadowbringers would be the best time to do that, and by all accounts, that is not true, so this is all the realm of fancy. This one's worth a fortune, aye? And fame besides. I'll wager we won't have to pay our drinks for when we get back in it down. Not another night to remember. Don't you worry your head over a fearless leader's questionable constitution. Take pride in the victory, for the small folk will sleep easy once they hear of his demise, until Arbert's drunken snoring wakes them from their slumber. And on that note, I think we quit this place. And I trust the next time you decide to hunt Deadly Game, you'll do us the courtesy of extending us an invitation. I never thought I was doing you a favor by keeping you out of my personal affairs, selfish as it was. Really? Pillars of Snow? Well, that's interesting. I haven't heard of that. Oh, fine, but if you go and die on me, I'll pay a necromancer to raise you from the dead so I can kill you out of spite. My rates are cheap, I'm just saying. Agreed. Now, mind cutting off whatever it is you need to take back to prove the kill? I don't want to lose our reward on a technicality. You just drag the whole body back. Ah, that makes more sense. I was say, because WoW does the exact same thing. Researching and learning more about the behind-the-scenes about both movies and games has taught me a lot about how many years people spend in prep work. Because there's like so many phases, right? There's the early prep work where it's all just concept stuff. And then there's like actual prep work, which is still nowhere near actual work. And then there's like another phase where they start actually doing the actual prep work of making music, making artwork, designing models, designing animations, writing out the dialogue. And then there's like all the phases after that where they polish that and smash that together into a finished product. It's just fascinating to think about. Like, you realize that WoW right now is most likely working on 2 expansions from now. And FF14 is probably in the exact same boat for the exact same reason. Meanwhile, wake up! Wake up! What's wrong with you? This is the second time your so-called gift has cost us a chance of slaying her. You know what? I've had enough. Love that hat. Yes, enough. I don't need your help. I'm perfectly capable of hunting the Sin Eater on my own. Okay, good luck with that. On our return to Gayton, you'll be given your final payment and we're free to go our separate ways. Okay, peace. I thought about it, Regibrard. Sure, Valvedrix, what do you need it for? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Oh, speaking of which, since my FPS was wrong, I meant to check my graphics setting. That was wrong. Yep, nope. Graphics settings are wrong. There we go. There we go. There's Valvedrix. Trade. There it is. No casual. I mean, I do serve as kind of a bank for you guys, and I don't mind doing that because I don't really spend the money on anything. But no. Alright, so where am I going? What is this quest, by the way? Slither Along? I noticed this one while I was doing things. There's also this one, Seeing Eye to Eye. What's that one? There's so many blue quests, I don't know what they are. I mean, I wouldn't mind being the rich Uncle Scrooge. I'm just saying. That's a very large amount. Oh, it's the car from 15. Ah. The Great Serpent? Question mark. Tribe quests. Got it. The Gatherer tribes, which I... What are my Gatherer classes at? 6, 11, and I think that was 6. 8. And meanwhile, my craft... Hey, I've got a level 11. In fact, I have several level 11s. Oh, yeah. You could tell how much of a crafter I am in this game. I mean, there's a certain pragmatism to that Gum, so I could see the logic. It's kind of evil, but, you know, ignoring morality for a second, there's a logic behind just saying, screw it. Let someone else do the, the killing and the murder, and just pay them. I mean, it is the same general idea of the mercenary thing, just taken to another extent. I don't know why I ever placed my faith in you. You're such a disappointment. Consider this formal dissolution of our partnership. Let none ever again speak the names of Reek and Lore in the same breath. Yes, never again. And with that, I bid you good day. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. When he was little, Reek's parents punished him for a time by withholding his allowance. Without money to lavish on his friends, he soon found that they were only drawn by his wealth. I dare say he feared you would abandon them as they did, and decided to push you away first. I'm not trying to make excuses for what he said. I just hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him. Take some time to think it over. Come see me. Oh, and take some money for your troubles. 3,000 gil! Well, I've got 10%... No, sorry, a 1% of what I just gave to Valverdrix back. I'm sure a talented man like yourself is needed all over the realm, so thank you for sparing a moment to hear me out. I'm right here. I was just... Okay. Since you two parted ways, Reek has come to visit me several times. In the last 5 seconds? Though he is blessedly in good health, 2 million, Regibrock. I worry for his spirits. I think you may have been the only friend he's had for some time. I considered journeying to the Crystarium myself to look in on him, but I find travel rather difficult these days. If you would go in my stead, it would put my mind at ease. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I gave 2 million to Rax today. He didn't ask for it. He asked for 700,000. I gave him 2 million. Basically, I don't spend my gil. That's really what it boils down to. So I have gil coming in all the time, just from leveling or doing whatever. And then it just sits there in the bank for them. That's kind of the way it works. I actually kind of wish I had more gil, because I'm starting to run a little bit dry. I'm down to 1.8 million, it looks like. Yep, 1.8 million gil left. But since I am not fabulously wealthy, we'll have to make do. He's gone. Gone! Gone! I don't know the cheer emote. Do I have any of my emotes in my bar anymore? I do! He's gone! Wait a minute. This guy might have heard of him. Already. Wait, Zera only cost 300,000? Jeez. Zera, you need to raise your rates. The Mistral Lordling? If he isn't at his usual table, I have no idea where to look. Oh, okay, thanks. What's that quest? Is that the tank quest? That is, okay. Word is Mummy and Daddy cut him off, so there's no point in pretending to like the little bastard anymore. He actually cusses there. Last I saw, he was moping about like someone shot his Amaro. I'm sure he'll turn up eventually. Pelusia, right? Your Lou Reek's partner? I was with Lambert, remember? was out of stress, because after we left you, we ran straight to Ratika. Heard rumors Andrea was there, and Lambert wanted to strike while the iron was hot. By the time we realized we were overmatched, it was too late. I saw Lambert fall, and when the Eater set her sights on the others, I fled. Call me a coward if you like, but cowardice saved my life. Looking white, I can still remember looking back as I ran and seeing Landbird rise to his feet. I told everyone what happened to warn them off the hunt. Some listened, but a few bloody fools took up weapons and joined the hunt. Glory-hungry imbeciles. And not one of them has returned. Didn't expect Lurik to be one of them either. I remember thinking it odd, especially when I saw him leaving for Raktika alone. You're meeting him there, I presume. Good luck, friend, but I've no doubt you're going to your doom. Wait, where's Velvetrix? It's a skirt! Holy crap! See, now the problem... Okay, this is going to look like I'm peeking, and I swear I'm not. See, the thing that bothers me about skirts... This is a real-life thing as well as a fictional thing. Skirts... And this is also going off of several female friends of mine. Skirts work best when you are also wearing shorts. So basically, imagine if Velvetrix still had the shorts, but then had the skirt over that, which would have been awesome. But alas, it looks like it is simply the skirt. I'm told it's a comfort thing. Looks good, though. What do you guys think? Can't get you without the sword being in the way. Or a giant Ifrit, apparently. This is a bad angle. I can't get the right down angle, though. Because in order to get the down angle, I have to be way out here. Is this back to Lahi? Currently I'm being killed by someone. This is not Lahi. Where is this? No, this is Lahi. I'm right. No, this role quest kind of sucks. I'm not sure if it's, like, negative worthy, but unlike the previous role quest, which was a positive, this one is not. You know? Yeah, this is just... like, the tone, the vibe, the quality, the investment, it's just okay. The only cool moment has been the exact same moment the other two have already had. You know, the party helps out when the person decides to go solo moment. Which is a neat moment, and I get why they repeat it across all 4 roles. It's just... That's all it's got going for it so far. Lore, why are you here? Don't tell me you came for me. It's terrible, horrible. Andrea, she's... Not again. Oh. Hey, hang on. Instead of telling me, why don't I just look into your memories? Rendere, if aught of you remains, then hearken to my words. Pro tip, none of her remains. That's how this works. She's gone. I've come to lay your soul to rest, alone as you faced Balaam Queets a century ago on this very ground. She's not alone. So yeah, he's dead. Well, dead. Hey, it's a full party. Don't tell me, you beheld a vision of my past just now, didn't you? Well, yeah. That's... you know, kind of my thing. And it wasn't a moment ago I confronted them. Awfully useful, that trick of yours, though I don't understand why you kept using it every time we ran into her. You realize it's not on purpose, right? Huh? So it wasn't something you did deliberately. Good to know. Anyway, unintentional or not, at least I won't have to convince you of what I saw. She's turned Landbird and the others into hunters. Other hunters into sin-eaters like myself. I feel like we already knew that. A Hume Axeman. Power-hungry Humes. A Galgian swordsman, a dwarven healer, an elven mage. Looked awfully familiar, didn't it? She's rebuilding her fellowship. She's remaking the Warriors of Light. But for the life of me, I can't understand why. I mean, I understand why she came here in the first place. She's reliving the hunt. But she slew the beast by herself. The stories were clear. Well, no. What? They were there too? And the stories were wrong? Stories can be wrong? God, strike me down. I've been such a fool. Why did I ever think I could do this alone? I hope you can find in your heart to forgive me all the things I said, Lore. I've regretted my behavior ever since the day we parted ways. It was stupid and nonsensical and utterly pointless. I'm not sure I can even tell you why I did what I did. Dude, I don't care. I am not a grudge holder. I'm really not. Unless you betray me, then I'm just going to kill you. Very simple. Thank you, my friend. I hope it's alright if I can call you that. So how did it feel, Rax, having this be your first exposure to role quests in Shadowbringers? Mr. Dragoon. Right then, Andrea should be around here somewhere, still on the hunt for if I expect. Not that she'll ever find it. No doubt Lambert and the others are with her. He and I may have had our differences, but I'd not wish that fate on my worst enemy. Damn right, Remedy's Exion. I got a book and everything. He deserved to be laid to rest. They all do. Her most of all. She is my hero, and if I have to kill her to save her soul... Oh my god, you guys and your DPSing. This is what you miss out, being a tank main or a healer main, I'm just saying. But this is too much even for the best hunter to handle alone. Yeah, we got this. Counter. I asked for a word and you give me a nod. Fair enough. Yeah, I can't talk, dude. I'm also a giant, but that's unrelated. I know, you guys... if you remember, so the FF14 Discord is color-coded based on role. I had to yell at them because they were making me red, which is DPS. I'm not a DPS. I'm a tank, a healer, then a DPS, in that order. My main right now is gun. I know it's GNB and I don't care, it's gun. This is me. This is the only spec, or class, excuse me, that I've actually bothered to really gear and actually try to learn to do properly. Gun for the win. By the way, my previous main was Warrior. I actually really liked Warrior. And then, I forget which patch came out, but one of them came out. I think it was actually an expansion. And the Warrior just suddenly stopped being good. And I just stopped enjoying it. It was weird. But anyways, back to being a samurai for the moment. Might have been Stormblood. I feel like it was Stormblood. Alright, so where's Kalusia? There we go. I mean, I guess Warrior was a little bit OP, but that's not why I enjoyed it. It was just fun, you know? Warrior was great. Like, okay, so a little bit of a backstory. The first class I raised in this game was Paladin. Way back, right? In A Realm Reborn. That's not counting 1.0. We don't talk about 1.0. So in Realm Reborn, my first class was Paladin. Now, Paladin was boring. It was functional, but it was boring. And that sapped the hell out of my enjoyment of the game. And in fact, I actually quit FF14 for a little while there because it was just... ugh. Paladin, here you go, this guy right here. Looks cool. I actually love that outfit. Very cool. But, yeah. So I walked away from the game entirely. But then, you know, then I came back and I was like, okay, this time I'm going to try out all kinds of stuff, you know, really see what I think of it. So the first thing I tried out was actually Summoner when I came back. Because I usually like pet classes. And it wasn't all that great. And I'm like, okay, this isn't encouraging. So then I switched over to, I'm pretty sure I tried Black Mage straight up next. Hang on, avert your eyes. Avert your eyes. Hang on. Let's get some armor on here. That's it? Do I not have a robe? I don't have a robe for my Black Mage. Whatever. Anyway, so then I tried Black Mage. And remember, this is ARR pre-50, so... And this whole time I'm just like, this is all really boring and dull. Then I switched over to Warrior, which is somewhere on this list. There it is, right there. Warrior was just, it just was like, oh, it's fun. It worked. And it was just, all of a sudden, I just started having fun. And it was so strange. And I just kind of mained, so what ended up happening was I was committed to Paladin because I needed to finish the quests to unlock things. But then I pretty much switched immediately to Warrior and just warriored it up until Heavensward, at which point I came back to the game because there was a break there. And that's when I discovered how awesome Red Mage is. Red Mage was legit, of course, but then it was like Red Mage, Warrior, and, of course, the actual healer I still use, Astrologian. God, that looks terrible. And I've just been bouncing around jobs ever since, to be completely honest. But I will admit, when Stormblood came out, I sort of lost a lot of investment in the game, because most of the classes started being a lot less fun to play in Stormblood. Thankfully, Gunbreaker pretty much single-handedly reinvigorated a lot of my interest in playing this game, because Gunbreaker is a lot of fun. I mean, obviously I did do, you know, Astrologian for the premiere run, which was a mistake. That was a terrible, terrible mistake. But Gun is quite fun, Samurai is quite fun, Red Mage is quite fun. I still want to try out Machinist someday. I've never actually gotten a real chance to. I'd like to go ahead and try Summoner or Scholar again someday, just see if it's any better. And I actually poked around at Dancer briefly when it came out. Now, Dancer is basically the equivalent of Frost Death Knight over in WoW, for those of you aware of that. For those of you not, probably sometime next year, Anarcho. For those of you not aware, the long and the short of it is it's very proc-heavy. It's mostly about just kind of doing a normal rotation and watching which procs happen where. Frost Death Knight. Because Frost Death Knight is very heavily into procs. And I just explained it. You know, you just kind of got a normal rotation. But wait, this happened, so that means you do this, this, and this. Okay. But when this happened and this happened, so it means you do this, this, and this instead. And that kind of changes it. I don't mind that kind of playstyle. I got into Dancer. It was fun. The rest, well, I mean, we don't talk about this class. Anyways. Let's get back to it. Lore, what a pleasure to see you again, and the company of Little Reek. I'm assuming you've patched things up. I'd like to think so, yes. It's all thanks to you. Had you not implored him to give me another chance, I might well be sitting alone in the swamps, dwelling on my myriad failings. And you, my friend, I know not why you sought her out on your own, but I am glad you did. Miss Olvara is perhaps the only person who truly cares for my well-being. Did it just become daytime? That's disorienting. Don't be silly, Reek. I have you, don't I? And before you start blabbering about how you wish you could properly reward Lore, as I can tell you you're about to, know that I've prepared a hearty meal. Dude! Sold. Claim it we shall. For united, Reek and Lore are unstoppable, is what I would like to say, but I know my limitations better than anyone. To be prudent to make proper preparations at this juncture. I sure hope so, Anarcho. But yes, is the answer to your question. You two should see to it that you are ready for the struggle ahead. It'll be a mighty one, but well worth the time. Yep, let's go get ready for right now, which we're ready to go, because, you know, we're 80 already. And yes, again, to Hyrule Warriors. All the Zeldas are on the list, and I think 2 of them are on the book. No, 1 of them is on the... No, 2, I'm right. Lore, my friend, my partner, I trust you're ready. Yep, those 5 seconds have prepped me. I got this. Good, good. Very good indeed. Before we depart to face Andrea, for what I pray is the final time, I have a confession to make. Oh, of course there are, Pika. There are many bad MMOs, aren't there? I may have been somewhat misleading when I intimated the tremendousness of my martial prowess. In truth, it rather pales in comparison to yours. Okay, if I'm a Star Destroyer, and you're a shuttle, there's no shame in that, okay? Just because I'm a Star Destroyer does not mean you need to aspire to be a Star Destroyer! We just talked about this with the Red Mage quest. Not Skyward. Skyward is actually forbidden. It causes me physical pain to play. So, no. If it ever gets ported to the Switch in a proper manner, sure. But otherwise, it's never happening. I gather you are not aware of this. Truly, as you are as perceptive as you are mighty. In my defense, I must say when I realized what an exceedingly powerful warrior you are, I was dumbstruck. Again, Star Destroyer. I have all of the cheats. In lore, this isn't even me being facetious because I'm the player character. Our character is stupidly powerful in lore. In a good way. I love it. It's actually one of my favorite elements of the story. I'm not actually joking about that. It's hard. It's harder than it sounds to write for Superman and make it interesting. I think they do a good job with this, though. I must admit, the great majority, nay, all of our efforts to hone our skills in preparation for the battle to come have been entirely for my benefit, that the disparity between us might not be so readily apparent. To think my insecurity drove me to postpone this fateful day for so long. In my cowardice, I allowed Andrea to assemble a party of followers, where before we have only to contend with one foe. We must now confront 5, and for all my preparations, I'm still no more likely to be an asset to you than a hindrance. But perhaps that need not be the case. In discussing this grim reality with Miss Olvara while you were away, we hit upon a potential stratagem. Recall you, Rendezways, her greatest weakness and strength, her preternatural hearing? We can be reasonably certain that she is possessed of it as well. Therefore, if you were to fashion a device that could produce a loud noise, it will... We're gonna do a vuvuzela? Sorry. What I lack in strength of arms, I'll make up for with guile. Why am I not gain to his victory? It will surely bring us one step closer. Hello. 1,000 pardons. I have a message from your father. Daddy, what's you want with me now? It's come to the Lord Father's attention. You have acquitted yourself rather poorly as a bounty hunter and have brought terrible shame upon your family name. He commands you to cease all such activities at once and return to the city forthwith. Should you fail to do so, you'll be stripped of your citizenship and family name. No further financial assistance will be provided. You may tell my father and mother the following, that I am Lurik, proud bounty hunter, slayer of sin-eaters, and I have no intention of renouncing this cause, and they are free to do as they deem fit. Tell them that they have no son, and I have no parents, and I have no family save Miss Olvara, who has shown me more love than they ever have. Very good. I shall deliver your prayer at once. I love how bored he's coming across, like, okay. I will relay the message. Give me a minute. Right. That's settled. We can work crafting against that little base. Yeah, let's go make the thing. I dare say you lit a fire in him, Lore. I never thought I'd see the day when he'd muster the courage to say anything like that to his parents. I sure hope... If you spoil things, Berserkero, I have like 3 mods present who will ban you, I'm just saying. And by ban, I mean timeout. I need to not use that word incorrectly. But yes, I am entirely unaware of the patch content. And anything that I have not done on screen, I have not done or know, period. So I got nothing, right? Thank you, Berserkero. I'm glad you like the new thing. The new setup here. It's gonna take forever. Does anybody know any tips that don't involve ironing to get creases out of curtains? This way. Eden's Gate. What the heck is Eden's Gate? Ooh, steaming's a good idea. Think about that. How am I going to do that, though? Eden 1 through 4. Did we do that? Do I own a cat? No. I was saying, I feel like we did do the first Eden raid. It was the one where we refought Leviathan and refought Titan, right? Because I remember those fights. I have a good memory for boss fights, and I distinctly remember those fights. I do not have a steamer. I could try to buy one. How much are steamers? Steamer. That's not too expensive. I mean, $30 is a bit much for that. Actually, yes, I have Anarcho, believe it or not. I even beat that game back in the day. I I think I've become his biggest fan! To quote it directly, to prove that I have actually played it. And the final battle is the ridiculous robot battle in space. I suppose that's not being very indicative, but... I do not have an iron at all. I don't really have need for an iron in my life. I don't own one. Yes, I need you to make something. Okay. Need to go kill a thing and get some stuff. I'll have to travel to the corners on my back? This is more involved than I... Yes, you can't hire someone to do the work for you, buddy. Actually, no. Total Warfare's kind of a different thing. There are plenty of people I know who don't care for MMOs. Which is fine, you know, no judgment. I don't care for Souls games. We all have preferences. Yeah, if I'm going to do that, I'm probably just going to get an iron. I guess pendants? We'll do pendants. Availability is correct. I talked to Pilot Shoss about this just a few weeks ago, but I kind of already made up my mind in general, if I'm being honest. With the current situation with availability, I pretty much selected about 4 GPUs and said, the first one that pops onto my radar, I'm grabbing. And the EVGA 3080 was the first one that popped onto my radar. So, still a cool stuff. That's the Ramu one, right? Man, I mean, the AMDs and the EVGAs and the 3080 and the 3090, all of that's just a nice big boost. And they're all pretty close to each other in terms of overall benchmarking, so it was just whatever. Well, that's an interesting question, Pika. The answer is no, in the good MMOs, of which there are... Well, let me rewind that a second. There are 2 MMOs that don't really dive deeply into the microtransaction problem. Those are WoW and FF14. Now, before you jump down my throat, it is worth noting that both WoW and FF14 have microtransactions. But while I don't think that's a good thing, and I want to be clear about that, they are pretty threadbare. It's very low tier. Compare and contrast Guild Wars 2. Now, I love Guild Wars 2, but that game is flooded with microtransactions. Just absolutely glutted with microtransactions. In fact, it's so bad, Guild Wars 2 pulls that trick where they will rotate things in and out of availability. So you can't even buy the stuff you want. You have to wait. You have to log in every day to be able to check to see if the thing you want is available for sale that day. And in some cases, they will literally go up for sale for 2 days at a time. Very easy to miss those. Yeah. Anyways. It was a series of surprisingly harrowing experiences, but in the end I managed to obtain the materials necessary for the construction of my secret weapon. No! Anarcho. Genshin Impact is a game I'm just going to go ahead and veto if anybody tries to suggest it. I have negative interest in that game. So, Guild Wars 2, have you ever played WoW? No, you've played FF14. Guild Wars 2 Vanilla is ARR. Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thrones, or whatever the second one is, the Thorns one, that's Stormblood. Guild Wars 2 Path of Fire, that's Heavensward. Like, you see what I'm getting across here? Guild Wars 2 absolutely gets better, but I will freely admit it is a slog to get there. If we ever actually review Guild Wars 2, it's going to get a whole lot of the negatives for vanilla, because it is just a blah until you get to the good stuff. Now, what really sucks is once you get to the good stuff, Guild Wars 2 is amazing. And I mean that sincerely. It does so much right. Basically, once you get to Path of Fire, it's just gold. In terms of story and in terms of gameplay. It's just, you have to get there first. Anyway, so he's run around and actually gotten this stuff. And now he's He's gonna die, is what's gonna happen. No, lore is totally cool with vetoing Genshin Impact. Really. VDO. TMA. Regibrog. For those of you not aware, TMA means too many acronyms. Back in the day, I don't know if this is even true anymore, but back in the day, you would say that when you to explain that you don't understand an acronym, like TMA. So I don't know what BDO is. Black Desert Online. I actually tried Black Desert Online, and I did a deep dive into looking into it because Pax and I were thinking about another MMO we could co-op. We decided not to do that one. That's the summary. I could talk about it a bit more, but the long and the short of it is, no thank you. Black Desert Online also has an extremely common problem with most MMOs. The first 10-20 minutes, or 10-20 minutes, wow. 10 to 20 levels, you know, the initial part of the game is actually really good. And then you run off the cliff, and it plummets in quality immediately. I can name a lot of MMOs like that. If I make one small request before we begin. Please, for the love of gods, try not to succumb to any visions of people's pasts. I guess. Okay, so this is it. Our first time playing a level 80 samurai, technically ever. So this should be fun. I think there's only one real variance to the rotation. Alright, let's do this. Game? Okay, I was gonna say, hello. Oh yeah, I should give a negative for that too. Is he already down? Oh my god. Kid. Tab targeting sucks in this game. That's the negative. Love that attack, by the way. I forget what it's called, and don't ask me to even come up with it, but I love that attack. Actually, let's go next. Where did I find it? There it is. That was the big one. Okay. I should have... whatever. I screwed that up. I can't even imagine playing this on controller, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm sure it's a thing. That's just... I'm trying to picture it, you know? Nope, I did that in the wrong order. That's on me. That's on me. That's nuts, Regibrog. Wow. Unfortunately, I don't really know ESO all that well, so I can't speak to it. I hope to play through it someday, but if I do, it's gonna be a thing. Run. Sorry. Yeah, just over the last couple of weeks as I've been leveling, there's been several moments where it's just like, with regards to trying to target a specific enemy. Why do I have those attacks? Speaking of which, very minor irritation. You have to have a target to do AoEs, even if they're around you. I'm just gonna eat that. Not all AoEs, but on the class I'm playing right now. I was leveling this over the last week. Like, it feels like just such a weird thing. And what'll happen to me sometimes is I'm targeting... Whoops, that's the wrong ability. Whatever. I'm targeting something. And it's just a little bit behind me as I do the AoE, so it won't do it. I know what you're thinking. It's the cone. No, I'm talking about that attack right there. Now, that being said, the actual cone attack does have that problem, and that also irritates the hell out of me. Here, I'll show you. This attack requires them to be in front of you, and you facing them, and blah, blah, blah. Which is also slightly irritating, and the reason I'm reminded of this right now, by the way, is because of the fact that this is related to that tab targeting issue. I'm trying to target that guy, and I hit tab, and it doesn't target that guy. You get the point. Well... I love playing Samurai, really. It is probably my favorite overall DPS class in the game. It's got a lot of interesting abilities. The only thing I don't like is a lot of its abilities, like that, are specifically tied to the sword bar, which I can't remember the name of right now. Whoop, wrong one. Damn it. Now, another interesting thing, I'm not sure what it is, but you generate less sword bar when you're low level. I'm not sure which ability increases that, but it makes it really weird to be playing a low-level samurai, I'll tell you what. You're fine over there, right? Yeah, he's fine. It's a trait. Yeah, see, I figured it was something. Because I've noticed there's a few classes where existing abilities don't change, they just structurally change, and that's an example of that. Oh, apparently bards do that too, yeah. Red Mage is a lot of fun, and more utility. That's the thing. Red Mage is what I play if, you know, I need to fill a slot, basically. Because I can heal, I can res, I can cast. Possibly Pika. I don't know. I can't think of it off the top of my head. Yes, there are loot boxes in MMOs. There you go. Yes, is the answer to your question. Oh, she's dead. But yeah, Samurai feels like dancing. Love it. Well, I don't know what that is, Remedies Exion, but I believe you. Ugh. We won. Even after saying it and seeing it, it hardly feels real. Oh yeah, 5 is the repeat, isn't it? See, this is the problem. I just mentioned this. This is the problem with the scaling down thing. I'm so used to those abilities not being there that I don't learn them. You know what I mean? I don't learn how to use them because I never use them because they're not available. But you're right. I was completely forgetting that skill even existed until you mentioned something. I should have never betrayed your trust. Never again, I swore. Never again. The Shadowkeeper, the Flood. Come what may, we would face it together, no matter how hard it got or how terrified I was. That's what it means to let someone into your heart. See, the problem is, I have the opposite problem, Remedies Exxon. If you give me everything, I'll figure it out. If you prevent me from having things, I won't know that they exist, so I won't know them, right? Anyways. Knowing full well that nothing lasts forever. To welcome the fear and the pain, the sorrow. When I lost my parents, when we laid Keeper low, you felt it too, didn't you? To place our faith in desperate, hopeless attempt to save everyone, and to see it amount to naught in the end. What else could we do but offer up that tiny reminder in a final, futile effort? Even knowing deep down it was worth but a few moments more. You gave me fear, and that gave me strength. Oh, there's so much I want to ask. She's not there, dude. I'm sorry. I do hate to break it to you. Sorry, while I'm thinking about it, the tab targeting negative, I'm just going to codify that. I don't need to debate that. I've played this game plenty. I don't understand. What was she talking about? It's not right. It's not fair. Heroes sacrificing themselves for nothing and becoming villains and being forgotten. Yeah, this whole situation was pretty messed from the word go. Going all the way back to the Amarosians. Thank you, Laura. I never could have gotten this far without your help. I have no idea who Runde Rai or any other warriors of light truly were. It was all ancient history to me. Why would I care who some eaters were once? I was no better than my parents, judging them out of hand, dismissing their sacrifice, not bothering to look deeper. It made it all easier to pursue Andrea for my own amusement. I pray I've made up for it in part by helping to lend Runde her soul to rest. Miss Olvara is probably worried sick about us both. I should return to Kalusha, let her know we're alright. Yes, I have one role quest remaining. Afterwards we'll do Nier, I think. We'll do Nier next. We'll do the Umbrella quest. We need that umbrella, it's very important. I don't really need to add to the Forbidden List, to be honest, Final Cloud. I can just say veto. The Forbidden List at this point is supposed to be even more forbidden, if that makes sense. Now that I allow myself the opportunity to executive veto things, the Forbidden is the no really, this isn't happening list. I honestly thought about getting rid of the Forbidden List entirely, but you know, it's nice to have some guidelines. So, from one hunter to another, thank you. She was awesome. I have your legacy. If you turn into a villain, thanks, dude. Whatever others may say, we will preserve the truth in story and song. She is the bravest hunter that ever was, and more importantly, a true friend to those who held dear. I can only hope to measure up to her example someday. Hey, keep working on that, buddy. For now, however, I say we return to the Crystarium and raise a glass. I thought about that, Ozdalin. In fact, I thought about keeping track. I haven't yet. That's not quite true. I wrote down a couple that I vetoed, and even why. And at least I thought I did. Maybe I deleted it because I decided I wasn't doing that. I don't know, whatever. I do not like Nier games. No, I never have, Pika. Ever since Drakengard 1. Yeah, I gotta be real. I probably would have vetoed Disco Elysium. And I would have been right to be perfectly blunt. That was a very good game, but it was so well crafted that it literally caused me issues. In a non-joking, non-memeing way. That was not a game I should have played. It was actually one of the biggest reasons I decided to re-add the executive veto power to myself in this show. To just be the dictator and say, screw it. Andrea's bounty has been paid to us in full. Come, eat, drink, be merry. You're not going to eat my paycheck, are you? Right. That does look good, though. I've been meaning to ask. I have the impression you are more acquainted with these warriors of light than you've been letting on. What exactly do you know about them? I haven't stepped a foot into it, Final Cloud, no. I haven't even unlocked it. How could I have? I haven't streamed it yet. Preposterous tale I have no choice but to assume is true, offering up their lives to first cross the rift and then to halt the flood. Look at White. Must have taken so much courage to see it through in those final moments. Courage born not of a desire for glory or dedication to an ideal, but of fear and love for those with whom she had forged unshakable bonds. Did we ever find out what bodies they were body hopping into, by the way, in our world? I won't pretend that we have anything even approaching such a powerful connection, but I would like to think that if you were in mortal peril, I would fly to your side without hesitation. Please don't. Having said that, if I were tested as she was, if I were challenged to offer up my lives for others without knowing it would amount to aught, I don't know if I could rise to the occasion. I am a child and a fool who knows little of the world. I have been coddled and spoiled, and have only tasted the bitter fruits of life that you and countless others sup on daily. You're made of sterner stuff, Laura, far sterner than me, and that's why I know I can never walk your path. You're not a Star Destroyer, and there's nothing wrong with that. I cannot recall a time when I felt happier and more alive than when I traveled with you. But you have countless other journeys ahead of you, don't you? For you are destined for greater challenges, whereas I am suited for more pedestrian affairs. Know your limits, as she used to say. Meeting her again after all these years, seeing how much older and more frail she's become, made me realize how little time we have left. She shouldn't have to live out her days alone and in squalor. I've decided it will not be so. I shall return to Collusion and attend to her needs, for it would be almost to repay the love and kindness that made me the man this day. See, I thought they were body hopping into someone. I suppose there's like 3 different ways that that kind of being can manifest, so whatever. Therefore, it pains me. I fear the celebration must also mark the end, or at the very least a tentative suspension of our glorious partnership. Should you ever find yourself in Collusia, do pay us a visit. Probably not going to happen, but thanks. Yeah, that makes sense, Remedy's Exion. They're not going to tell them how to body hop, which just makes me look at Xenos and sigh heavily. For the record, I do not like Xenos, and whenever we review Stormblood, Xenos is getting a bare minimum of 1 negative. Probably more than 1. I really do not like Xenos as a character. Okay. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do this. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about order of events, but here's what I'm gonna do. Hey, I'm a tank. Character I dislike who I'd give a positive? None. Doesn't exist. Can't say I've chatted with you before. I think I'd remember if I had. Seen your fair share of fighting, haven't you? Dude, Ishtola is the best. Although I like Alize as well. Wary besides, huh? Rest assured, I've no secret designs. Name's Granson. My grandson? Bounty hunter. I'm going after Sin Eater. Sounds familiar. When I first laid eyes on you, I had a feeling you were a tough bastard. The sort that might get mistaken for that warrior of darkness folks have been talking about recently. Ain't that right? Depends, Pika. Easy, killer. I couldn't care less who you are or what you've done. The only thing I'm looking for is a like-minded partner. Someone willing to join the hunt for the biggest prize. This outfit looks ridiculous from a distance. It looks alright up close. I don't mind it. A character I like that I don't give a positive to would probably only happen if they get very little screen time. A character who is awesome in one scene doesn't really deserve a positive. Now, what we will usually do is bake that into a supporting cast positive. So, again, probably doesn't really exist, Roger Brock. I don't know how to say that. Dekiosine? 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 Bob is the fiend I'm after, one of the so-called cardinal virtues, as folks are wont to call them. There are some hopes that somehow the death of Vothri and the Wardens might have put an end to Bob, but alas, no. Seems the rules that bind other Sin Eaters don't apply to virtues. Former warriors of light, no ambition, Gum-Gum. The esteemed heroes who saved the realm a century ago. Dear old Brandon was one of them, I'm told. Stop me if you've heard of this before. Anyways, like his comrades, he died in the process, blah, 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 blah. He is now a Sin Eater. Got it. Hunting the dude. So, you interested in hunting Bob? Let's do it. Not a whit of hesitation. I like you, sinner. Don't call me that. Nevertheless, I'll need you to humor me and prove you're the dab, so you need to go kill a mob in order to prove that you're capable of doing the role quest. I'm sensing a trend in these. Okay, so now we're gonna go over here. Well, that... I'm not sure if that's true, Pika. Favorite FF14 Smash I played? You're looking at it, Deltron. Although I will admit, I haven't finished Shadowbringers. That's what we're doing over the next few days. So it's possible that it's not quite true. At least 2. Probably closer to... no, it would be 3, Final Cloud. 2 to story, 1 to gameplay, or 2 to gameplay, 1 to story. I'm not sure which. Because screw that fight. And screw that boss. Yeah, Heavensward would be my number 2. And by default, Stormblood would be number 3, followed by ARR. I mean, that makes sense, Little Billy. That's kind of how that probably should be. Hang on. What's the helmet they gave me? Is that it? Yeah, that's it. That's the samurai helmet? Hang on. Hang on. Here's my abs. Oh my god, this is really awkward. That's the samurai helmet. God, that looks terrible. Look at that. No. Let's see. So let's do... what are these called? Weathered. I'm gonna have to buy some new crystals soon. How many am I down to? 141. Yeah. We'll get there. Not yet, though. $800,000, Final Cloud. For 800 grand, I'll do it. Is there seriously a lookout I haven't gotten here? Hang on, I'm being attacked by a airship there. Yeah, I gotta be honest, I haven't really been super tempted by most of the other races other than Elf. Alright, how's it look? How's it look? Not too shabby. Kind of orange-y. I'm keeping the hat, obviously. Sword's a little bit eh. Why did I choose Elf? Well, at the time when I made this character, Elf was the tallest character. And Hume looked a little bit boring. Okay, that's not true. The big guys are bigger, but this is the tallest character that's not a giant. So, that was why I picked this. Since then, the dragon guys have come out, and they're actually slightly taller, and I've considered it, but no, I'm rather attached to this character. So now, update. Switch back to this, and switch over to that. It'll be interesting to see what the Gunbreaker outfit looks like. Oh, do they, Final Cloud? I mean, Elf isn't great, it's just pretty simple. Crash Bandicoots. I physically can't move that much without, you know, shoving my chair back a bit. Yep, kill Sin Eaters. Got it. Can do. Patriot of what, though? The flag, the ideal, the command structure? The leader? The throne? Oh no, it's enemies! Favorite attack on a Gunbreaker, right there. Second favorite attack on a Gunbreaker. Most evil person in the FFs. Well, Hojo is my first thought, but that feels like cheating. Nah, I'd probably still go with Hojo, though. This is clearly not your first time. Raise eyebrow. That's right. Most evil person in RPGs? Well, there is Hojo. I'm just saying, he's really high up there. I'm guessing that's continuation. Or... what's that? Yeah, no, that's the only one I'm missing is continuation, so that's gotta be it. I don't understand that, so I suppose I'll have to... I overshot it. I'll figure it out later. Where am I at on the quest chain for Gunbreaker, speaking of which? 60s. Yep, okay, so that'll be Stormblood. Oh my gosh! It's an enemy! mean, it's a doable thing. I've quit this game and come back to it several times. I want to warn you. You come back to this game, you're probably going to see something like this on your bars. Now, I don't know if you're paying attention, but you see these abilities that literally have the giant red lines through them? Those abilities don't exist anymore. So, at that point, it's just kind of wipe the slot free and then just start over again, which I obviously have not done yet. Ah, Mana Shift. You were actually really useful back in the day. Why do I keep them on my bar? I haven't done it yet. I haven't fixed this job yet, that's all. I was going to say that I think there's several that I, yeah, as you can see, there's another one there that I haven't actually fixed. Ninja's a little bit out of date. White Mage isn't. That's funny. That's actually really funny. What about Warrior? I have Warriors up to date. But I basically haven't really switched or done anything with these classes in quite a while. That's why. But anyways. Back to current. Okay, you're exactly the sort of man I've been looking for, and thank the gods for that. My apologies for subjecting you to such a silly test, but I'd rather not have an amateur's death on my conscience. Let's head back to the Wandering Stairs and make this official, shall we? Okay. Well, I suppose that's up to your interpretation, so what do you think, Mr. Red? Oh, I have a bunch of macros. It's probably not obvious, but pretty much all of my heals are macroed, like all of them. Yeah. Macro, 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 macro. Anything with the tiny little gear symbol, that's a macro. Because that's how I heal. But for my actual, like, these classes, I think I only have a couple here. Yeah, I have the 4? Plus the res macro, just in case. That's the emergency oh crap button macro, which I usually don't have to use. What does a macro do? Well, that's a valid question. A macro, let's see, this is a macro. Or this, for example, is another example of a macro. A macro is literally sending through... You hit a button, and what it does is it automatically sends through a series of chat commands. Because a lot of this game can... That's an interesting output. Can actually be played in chat commands. So... Negative to macros? That's an interesting question. They are certainly worse than WoW's, and I mean that from a fundamental, in fact, frankly, objective perspective. Because, here's the thing. I don't think they're negative worthy, but they are worse. Because the way they do macros in FF14, and I forget the exact specifics of how this works, but the long and the short of it is there's this weird kind of delay that's baked into it. Just the very nature of how the macros are designed. There's delay baked into it. Then there's the fact that, and Final Cloud just mentioned this, there's a little bit of latency can affect what happens when, basically. Now, if you don't understand the distinction, what that effectively means is if you push in a macro in FF14, what you're doing is you're sending a script which will send out a sequence of text commands in a certain input order with the delays in between. By contrast, in World of Warcraft, if you do a macro setup, it sends the commands directly rather than doing this two-step process to get to the actual command. It just skips straight to the command. Thus, there's no delay, no latency, and no downside whatsoever to using a macro in World of Warcraft. Sense make? So that's the issue. I don't think that's really negative-worthy, but they are, again, objectively worse than they were over in World of Warcraft. What I'm thinking is I'll probably make it a neutral, and if we ever review WoW, we'll probably make that a positive. Because the amount of options you can do with properly designed macros in WoW is brilliant. But that's because that game is designed with that in mind, and again, you know, it skips the text problem. Anyways. Hey, Beauty Bar. But yeah, I don't think that's a negative, it's just, it's something to comment on. So, before you ask, I have no intentions of leading you into the hunts or the wilds without even an inkling of Bob's whereabouts. Norvrant may not be particularly a large realm, even before the Flood, but it'd take a dozen lifetimes to scour every nook and cranny. So we'll start by asking around a place I know for a fact Bob has attacked before, the village of Wright on Kalusia. Didn't we just go to Kalusia? Well, I don't have reason to believe he'll return. I'd like to think that the survivors might know something of value. After all, you can be sure they haven't forgotten the day he came through. Let's be off, then. Still wrestling it into position, Petey, but thank you for asking. Ah, interesting, Snowmans. That would probably explain that delay problem I just mentioned. You'll forgive me, by the way, for constantly referencing WoW. There's two reasons for that. One, it's an MMO of the roughly same equivalence to this one, and two, I know WoW inside and out. Like, I know that game to a very extensive extent, so I can speak with authority about it. So that's why I keep comparing it to WoW. I'm not trying to say WoW's better or worse, it's just that's the expertise I have. Sense make? I'm not giving a negative to mods. I wish there were mods, but mods is simply the absence of a positive rather than a negative. This isn't a... This is a mod hostile game. I just realized that. Oh wow, easy answer, Final Cloud. But only with the very latest expansion, which just came out a month ago. Shadowlands really upped the bar with the character creator on World of Warcraft, so there's a lot more you can do with it now. I'm glad you're having a good time in Shadowlands, Ivanux, but no is the answer to your question. I don't exactly have a lot of spare time in my life right now. I'm going to have to debate that. Welcome to Wright. I reckon it might not seem much to you, but to me... never mind. We'll save that conversation for after. Tracking down Bob is what matters right now. Let's split up. Ask after the bastard. Better odds of turning up useful information that way, I'd wager. Yeah, that's why I'm so hesitant, Cecily, because so we have actually established a precedence of giving a game a negative to gameplay if they are mod hostile. But that's rare. Like that's actually very rare. In fact, I can only think of like 2 games off the top of my head that have, you know, mod hostility baked into them. It's really uncommon for a game to actively be designed to be anti-modding. Most games are not designed to be mod-friendly, but that's normal. That's fine. I don't care about that. And that's why I'm sitting here going, because this is kind of a unique case, so I'm going to have to debate that. What do you want from me? Oh, Sin Eater? The one that came and killed everyone? Oh god, is he here? Why are you talking about him? I knew I should have stayed inside. There's nothing but death, and horror, and eaters. Well, I spent it streaming, Final Cloud. Yeah, I definitely don't have any mods installed on my computer. You can tell because there's none present on my screen. And if I did, I certainly would not be stupid enough to stream with the mods currently turned on. Again, mod hostile. That's why I'm debating that. This is kind of a rare... See, the thing is... This is a little bit of a gray area, because not only is it an MMO, but there's probably some actual problems with modding this game. Again, tech debt, right? Like, we've talked about this before. One of the reasons mod positivity, you know, why mod support is a positive almost every single time, is because it's hard to do. Like, that takes a lot of work and a lot of effort, and you pretty much have to have it planned out in advance. I can pretty much guarantee you that FF14 1.0 did not have modding planned out in advance when they designed this game. So, I mean, you know. So that, but yeah, that's the other thing. There is the ACT, not that I know anything about that. But, you know, that's the kind of thing where they don't actually support it, and it's not actually okay, but on the plus side, they don't really ban people, and it's just... I think I'm not going to give the negative, because it would be actually easy, if I could be completely honest with you, for them to be more hostile than they are towards modding, and they're not. And I think for that reason, we will go ahead and not give that negative, and just kind of let it be. I think that's what I'm going to do. And again, this is kind of a strange, unique example anyways, because, you know, tech debt, old game, MMO, console game, etc., etc. So what do you want? What do you want from me? Bob, that thrice damned eater that's the spitting image of Gulgent. That him? I'm gonna have to figure out how to pronounce it, aren't I? I can't help you. All I know is when he came, oh, wicked white, if he'd seen the carnage. I'm sorry, I can't talk about this. I mean, even WoW is hostile to nude mods. And WoW is one of the most mod-friendly games I've ever seen in my life. What are MMOs besides WoW that are... Okay, so MMOs that aren't FF14... Ah! Missed me. MMOs that aren't FF14 or WoW that I consider good. STO. Neverwinter. Guild Wars 2, once you get past vanilla. And possibly ESO. I'm not sure about that last one. That's pretty much the list right now, in my opinion. Most of the other ones don't exist anymore in any legitimate fashion, or have since been destroyed in terms of quality. Looking at you, Lotro. I wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm not. What we saw that day, what he did to us, there's no moving on from that. Well, I was planning to tell you the whole story eventually, but I suppose now is as good a time as any. I don't forget about EVE Online, I just never liked it to begin with. I mean, imagine a story set during the Gerudo Uprising, before Ocarina, Anarcha, just to name one right off the top of my head. I was born and raised in Wright. Lacking any real prospects, I eked out a living as a hunter. Might have tried my hand at getting something more exciting had I not been also trying to provide for the love of my life, Melinda. She's dead. Was about a year ago that she accepted a commission from this Yulmorian trader. Bloke dealt mostly in antiques, but he had this bracelet in need of restoration. Bloody old, with a questionable provenance, but supposedly it once belonged to royalty or some such. The Things of Orthus, he called it. Me and her had been talking about tying the proverbial knot. Buying land, building a home, you know, that sort of thing. Around here that might not take much, but it was still more than we had, so when the trader made his offer, she didn't hesitate to say yes. I've gone down to the shipyards to pick up extra tools and materials she needed to work, and quality stuff, but it'd pay for itself 10 times over. But when I got back to Wright... The Kaiosine had been busy. I spied at least a dozen newborn eaters fluttering about, trying to make sense of their new lot. The grandmother who lived next door and shared the fruits of her orchard with us. The gruff woodsman who brought firewood to our doorstep in the mid of winter. Both of them reduced to mindless fiends, just like that. There wasn't time to mourn or think. I started looking for Melinda. And there she was, alive and well. Our eyes met, and we knew it was going to be all right. We ran for each other. And then... Even now, a year later, it doesn't feel real. One moment she was there, right there in front of me, and the next she was... He knelt and took the fangs of Orthus, and then left, leading a host of sin-eaters out of Wright. But Melinda, I still couldn't see her as anything else, and she wouldn't budge. She just hovered in there and stared, waiting for me to end it. Well, I can never say no to her. Not once in the years we'd been together. For all the time she'd welcomed me home with a bowl of hot stew, all the time she laughed at my crude jokes, gave me counsel when I was losing my way. For that and more, I killed her. I swore then and there that I would have my vengeance, and that Dikaiosine would die by my hand. I carved the scars in my flesh to mirror the ones he lay on my soul, an enduring reminder of the vow I would never again stray from the path. There. All done. No need to wallow in it. Wouldn't want my tragic yet trite tale to put you off our hunt. Still with me to the end, sinner? That's the spirit. Still, I have some unfinished business here, so if you would give me a moment before we resume, I would be most grateful. Hey, Pilot Shoss. I was actually just referencing you earlier. The 3080 is treating me pretty well. I hope. I did manage to get Horizon Zero Dawn working. That's the highest end thing I've managed to test, because frankly, I've been so busy. I mean, getting a new computer set up is kind of a thing, you know? Would you stop killing me, Zero? God. Yeah, someone asked what went wrong with Lotro. Right about... I want to talk this out, because I'm going to forget it. Right after... Here, let me get a little further away from him then. Right about after the Rohan expansion, which was a great expansion, by the way, some really bad stuff happened behind the scenes that would take too long to explain. And they started doing... They started charging per zone, and they started really ramping up the microtransactions, and the quality of the writing went noticeably down. Now, the quality of the gameplay in Lotro was never good, not from day one. It had a couple of cool ideas, and it did, and in fact, several of those cool ideas have since been stolen by other games. Lotro is actually the innovator, not the codifier, the innovator for the transmog concept as we know it nowadays in modern MMOs. You know, the glamour thing in FF14? That came from Lotro, originally. So they'd had some cool ideas, and there was some cool stuff, but the gameplay just got really sloggy and really irritating. And, oh yes, there's one other thing Lotro started doing. They started having lots and lots of solo-only content. Sound familiar? It got to the point, it started happening in Rohan, but right after the Rohan expansion, it got to the point where Pax and I literally couldn't quest together anymore. Because so many of the quests, of just doing the book quests, were solo only. As in, you couldn't be in a group to do it. They did several other things wrong too, but those are the big things. Worse story, worse gameplay, couldn't group, and had to pay on a zone-by-zone basis, so screw it. We just kind of walked away from that one. To this day, I haven't even... They got past the Battle of Pelennor Fields, and they got to Mordor, but I haven't even played to that point, and I probably never will at this point. I have no idea, Anarcho, honestly. I hope something good. It'd be nice if we had more story than Breath of the Wild 1. Oh, I forgot about Tor. Someone was asking me about good MMOs. I actually forgot about Tor. If you're willing to subscribe, Tor is a surprisingly decent MMO. It is irritating, sloggy, and boring, and it does not have particularly interesting gameplay design elements almost across the board. However, there is a surprising amount of good in Tor, so I would call it worth a playthrough, especially if you have someone to play with. If you are playing it solo, I would recommend it a lot less. I'm sure you're going to get back to it as I am. Trouble is, in your absence, I failed to turn up any information on the whereabouts of Dakayo-sign. Yeah, well, we see how Amazon's last two games went, don't we, Asdelin? Yikes. Those were mishandled and mismanaged at every level. Yes, Tor is very co-op friendly. It's the total opposite of FF14. Tor is awesome when it comes to playing with a friend. Like, legitimately, at every level. It's good for the party size, it's good for the roles and the companions, it's good for the actual dialogues. Like, I could be in this conversation right now with Valvadrix or with Zira, and just playing through, and, like, Zira could jump in and actually have dialogue in the conversation in my quest. It's awesome, I love it. Tor has some good stuff. That's why I'm willing to give it that pass. Do I think the 3090 is worth it over the 3080 price-wise? Frankly, no. I did some hard looking into that myself, and the more I looked into it, the more I realized that, honestly, that's one of those... What do you call that? It's one of those situations where the curve of price to quality goes up, what is that, exponentially? And so, you know, the next 2 points of increased quality cost way more than the last 2 points. That's true for a lot of tech. in most aspects, not just computer stuff. And those last few points of increased overall quality are simply not worth that extremely increase in price, in my opinion. I don't think they're overcharging for it. It's just that is how much more expensive it is to get those extra 2 points. Sense make? So, yeah, diminishing returns. There's a definite diminishing returns problem. Anyways, there's one line of inquiry I've yet to pursue, though. The Fangs of Orthus. The bracelet of my beloved was supposed to restore, and the Eater took with him when he left right. Sin-Eaters are mindless fiends, driven only by base instinct. Everyone knows that. They've no need for worldly possessions. Yet Dikaiosine took my bracelet away, which can only mean there's something unique about this particular amulet. Or the sinless bastard's somehow different from the rest of his ilk. Either way, I need to learn more about the Fangs of Orthus, and I know just the man to ask. A Ylmorian trader who commissioned Melinda's services. Much as I'd like to question him myself, though, I don't think that's an option. Even though Dikaiosine's attack was a year ago was common knowledge, I doubt the trader will believe an Eater stole his precious trinket. He's more likely to accuse me of theft and have me clapped in irons. So I'm afraid you'll have to go in my stead, Lore. Melinda said he was a regular at the Beehive, so I try looking there first. Yeah, Amazon tried a first-person shooter game, which died horribly. And then they tried their MMO, which died horribly. Frankly, both of them have been embarrassing from a developer perspective. It's sad how just pathetic they've been. I mean, I don't mean to overstate it, but wow. I've played a lot of MMOs in my career. And Amazon's games, Amazon's MMO was just wow. Look, Amazon, if you want to hire me, okay? I've never made a game, well, I have never actually made a game in my life. That is an unusual outfit. Like, why is the waist showing, or the stomach showing? Do you see that? Like, that's just so strange. Like, why uncover that one spot? Anyways, I'm sorry. Moving on. Where is this person? Of course it's at the dancing bar. Diablo is not an MMO. Diablo isn't even close to an MMO, no. Where is he? There he is. Okay, I totally misread that. I thought that said Insidious Trader. Or Trader. I actually am a fashion geek. I don't get to talk about it a lot in my show, Final Cloud, but I am legitimately interested in the designs and styles of fashion. I actually go out of my way to make myself look as decent as I can, although you probably wouldn't be able to tell. But anyways. The Fangs of Orthus, you say? Interesting. Yeah, I am Rarity, as we've already talked about. I should be glad to tell you everything I know. Under the assumption you should recover it, you will see it return to its rightful owner at once. I purchased the bracelet from a traveling peddler who claimed it was a relic of Vilbert, the glorious kingdom that fell with the flood, like so many others. He spoke true, from what I could tell, and intended to sell it to a collector here for a tidy profit, after having properly restored it by an artisan in right. Alas, she was one of several casualties of a Sin-Eater attack, during which the Fangs of Orthus mysteriously vanished. I have, of course, been keeping in touch with several contacts on the off chance that the thief might attempt to sell it. They have not, regrettably. But a piece of similar design did recently surface in Mordsuk, I am told. I was planning to dispatch an agent to investigate, but you seem more than capable of fulfilling the role. As for incentive, you may be assured that any information that aids me in the acquisition of the Fangs of Orthus or similar relics will be rewarded. Well, okay. What is he wearing? It's like a mask, but it's actually coming out of his forehead. You see that? Anyways. See, it's not a Plague Doctor mask. That comes out here. His mask is coming out way out here. Is Star Trek Online a good MMO? Yes. It's one of my favorites. It does a few things wrong, and it does a lot of things right. So, what did the insidious patron have to say? Explain. So he thinks it was stolen, huh? Just as well. We're probably not to know where to head next were it not for his distrusting nature. If this piece of similar design is related, then it might attract Dakayo-san's attention, assuming it hasn't already. It's you. Yeah, come on. There we go. Yeah, back to the sands. We can't get away from this friggin' place. I hate sand. Fine weather we're having today, isn't it? No such thing as a thing without value. That's the creed of these folk. We'll find no shortage of Voberite trinkets here. Finding the right one, that's a challenge. I say divide and conquer. Okay. Hi. I'm a level 80 death machine who's reasonably well geared. Tell me where the amulet is. But, tell me where it is. Why are you wrapping a chain around my neck? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I wouldn't say that Guild Wars 2 Vanilla is unplayable, but it is boring and terrible. So, make of that what you will. A choker that once belonged to Voberite royalty, you say. If only I had such a remarkable treasure. But I do not. In all my years, I've never heard of someone unearthing such a thing. Aw. Pity. Lucky. Final cloud. Hang on, I need to stab Deltron really quick. Oh, shoot, I don't have the knife. I need to just get Frostmore. Just bring it in here. Be like, hey, Deltron. There we go. Okay, we're good. We're good. Now that we've done that. Yes, do you have business with me, traveler? Ah, the Verbetit? There's no voice acting, so I'm just making it up as I go here. Is that what this fuss is about? Then you're in luck, for my husband has yet to sell it. You be careful, Deltron. I'm gonna spoon you. Once we realized how valuable it was, though, he insisted on carrying it with him at all times. If you're not willing to wait for him to return, you could try to find him in the ruins. Yes, we must beware of the flood. It is weird playing this right after the Halos. What news? Explain. I think it was that easy. You're the luck of the Fae. Well, it's funny you say that. But we need to hurry. If my theory is correct, then so long as the scavenger is the choker, he's a target for Dakayo-san. Oh, I'm totally gonna spoon Bragwin. You kidding me? Whew. By the way, that is the flood. Or rather, where it stopped. That is literally crystallized light energy. A tidal wave of it that was washing over the entire planet. This is where it was stopped. This is beautiful, by the way. We actually go past it. We did that for the Eden quest. So we see what it's like on the other side. It is terrifying. And just brilliant and beautiful, and I love it. I love the way they did this. And yeah, effectively erasing everything that it touched, because that's the nature of how the flood worked. It was... So what was actually... Light is not evil, but what was happening was the energy there, which was light energy, was so intense, so dense, so strong, that it was overwhelming everything else and replacing it with more light, right? And so this was just kind of absolutely blanketing everything, and as it went, it would... effectively, I think this is the best word to explain this, it would melt everything else into more white ether, more light ether. And so that's why this is why it basically reached a critical point. You know, it was building and building and building, and then it became a flood because it kind of just went whoosh. And after it hit the tipping point, after it hit critical mass, that was game. Funnily enough, this is the second flood we've covered in a week that has a concept such as a critical mass. Because once a Gravemind is a thing, that's game. And once there's too much ether, well, that's game too. It doesn't have to be light, though. It can be whatever. It can be any specific type of ether. It just has to be way too much of it. It also is worth noting that it's generally easier to make this kind of a light flood happen, which is exactly why they were pushing for it. Because this was an artificially engineered scenario. Mercy! Oh no! So if I could choose a non-MMO franchise to make it StarCraft. Take whatever you want, but please don't kill me! Do I think this planet could recover? Oh god, the sword actually got stuck. Oh, and he's worse than dead! I think it's possible to recover this planet, but we don't really have the ability to do it yet. I'm sorry, you asked that earlier, Valvatrix. I forgot to check. I think I'm on Tier 3. We've unlocked 2 of the things inside the realm of weird. I didn't forget Eden. What about Eden? I remember the fights. We talked about that. The first fight was kind of bleh. The Leviathan was cool. The Titan fight was actually really cool. That's the one, Berserker. Yeah, whatever. Well, all I'm going to say is I stand by my statement. I'm not sure we really have the tools yet to restore it. We'll see if Eden changes that, but I'm not super convinced yet. Rep. There it is. There you go. 5. Respected. 540 of 990, that's right now. But we will be doing Eden, not today. Not tomorrow either. Well, maybe tomorrow. We'll see how far we get. We'll be doing Slim Jim Reborn first. With a spoon! See what I mean? Context is critical for information. Thank you, Slim Jim Reborn. Very, very much for the sub, as always. I'll put that towards Dealer's Choice. Apparently he's a Dark Knight. Go figure. That explains the gritty atmosphere. Shame you missed the fun. This one bit off more than you could chew. Probably because it was a newborn. You could tell by the lingering vestiges of intelligence and self. You can see it in their eyes, like when Dekai... Don't tell me you saw him. Wicked white, and he took the choker too? Damn it. Damn it all. He can't keep getting away with it. He can't keep getting away with it! It's just like, right, I was too late to save him, just like I was too late to save her. Not again. Never again. I'll hunt you to the ends of the world, Dekai-san. Vengeance will be mine. Right. Yes, neither the time or the place. More eaters could be about. It's just every time I cut one down, it reminds me of my first. Of her. Yeah, definitely a Dark Knight. Oh, don't mistake me. I really liked the Dark Knight quest. Up to... I want to say... 50 is what I did? Yeah, up to 50. The Dark Knight quest up to 50 was actually really cool. But, yeah, we definitely definitely got some Dark Knightiness going on here. I am aware of that hazardous, yes. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sure almost every class in the game gets better once you get past a certain level. Or you mean story-wise, my bad. That's the only thing I regret about how much it's a pain to level in this game. I would love to have everyone at 80, but that is not happening. If for nothing else, I'd love to see all the quests, you know? We may have failed to stop him this time, but what matters is we'll both live to see another day. Pity the scavenger didn't. The wife doesn't yet know she'll become a widow. She's become a widow. Sod it. I'll tell her what happened. I've been there, so maybe it'll help me find the right words. Not that there ever are any. Shrek? Really? Afterwards, I'll have a good think on our next step. Don't let me keep you from your affairs. We'll speak again. Very soon. Hey there, sinner. I broke the bad news to the widow while you were away in those 5 seconds. She took it about as well as you'd expect. I mean, I had to rush over in 5 seconds. Hey, your husband's dead, and then rush back. She, wasn't very happy about it. Yeah, Dragoon being crap is more a meme than it is a truth. But, you know, floor tanker, etc. Seems he and his mates took a trip to Ilmeg a year or so back, hoping to cart off the stuff that they could carry from an untouched ruin they'd heard about. Of course, in their greed, they neglected to account for the Fey folk, who killed or drove mad most of them. Those who survived, Fey are so wonderful, didn't come back empty-handed. In fact, they'd stumbled upon a remarkable find, 3 sacred treasures of the royal family. They escaped with 2, Things of Orthus being one of them, which was sold by another scavenger to a Yulmorian. Either the merchant you met at the Beehive or an agent of his, I'd wager. So the merchant gives it to Melinda for restoration, after which Dakaiosain attacks Right, presumably because he's after it as well. Meanwhile, the scavenger here keeps the choker, the Eyes of Orthus, locked away for safekeeping. When he decides to sell it, the sinless bastard shows again. And that guy jumps in the background. Which brings us to the here and now. Damned if I know why, but at this point there's no denying Dakaiosain's been hunting royal relics. And so, assuming he hasn't already claimed the 3rd one, the Claws of Orthus, then I say we get our hands on it first and use it to lure him out of hiding. But to that end we'll have to venture into the fairy kingdom ourselves. Those scavengers didn't receive the warmest welcome, and we're not like to be treated any better. Well, funny thing. I'm kind of the pet of the king-queen. Why does that not surprise me? Well, if you and the Fae have an understanding, maybe we can traverse their lands without worrying. See you around, Deltron. That settles it then. We'll head to Ilmeg and ask for this votary ring. It's, yeah. Anyways, Beating Widow speedrun. World record! We do our dailies while we're here. Whee! What? It's content. So here's how I do dailies after I've read them all. Because I've read all these already. Oh, I got a bad bundle today. Look at that. Hey, I read them the first time. I hate this zone. And I hate that dungeon? Where is it? The one with the damn frog. There's one cool fight in there. The one where you have to go across the chasm. That's a cool fight. mean, no, I actually know people like that in real life, Gum Gum. Yeah, most of this is one of the reasons why we kind of don't do the non-labeled quests, you know, the standard circular quests. Because they're nothing. The overwhelming majority of the time, they're just nothing. Hey, I'm worried that the fairies over there are missing. Could you go talk to them? Yeah, sure. And then you go talk to them, and that's basically it. Do I have anyone who could benefit from the experience here? Paladin. Sure. Whatever. It's better than nothing. Like, one of these quests is literally to go and trim some of the hedges, for example. Hi. No. I don't think Harry Potter goes through that at all, personally. Harry Potter does pretty much the exact opposite of that, actually. Listen, they're not living anymore, which is the important thing. We're not doing anything wrong. Ah! It's Permeus. Well, no, Harry is very confrontational, Gun. I mean, a lot of that comes from his, you know, his upbringing, but also because of the fact that he has a lot of pride issues. Thank you, Permeus. As always, appreciated. I mean, Harry has no self-control and no self-discipline. That's just not who he is. He's the Leroy Jenkins of that particular troop. I'm not necessarily saying that's a bad thing, it's just that's who he is. That sounds like pretty much the exact opposite of your guy. Alright, hang on. Here's a berry. Here's a... Let me kill this monster for its fur. Okay, it didn't drop its fur. Hang on, let me kill another one. No, that didn't drop it either. Gotta be for some fur somewhere around here. Maybe this one will have some fur. Hey, there we go. Got some fur. Okay. It is pretty here, though. Yes, thank you, Funnel Cloud. I told the story earlier, so I shan't repeat it, but, you know, it was rather amusing. Where did I move that to? What is this ability? That's Burst Strike. Isn't Burst Strike supposed to be on 6? Well, I'm missing an ability, too. I'm missing Continuation. Dude, do you remember the boss fight? The raid boss fight song for this, Permeus? Oh my god. Ahem. Hello, I'm a very rich lady from Yulmore. I expect you to bow when greeting one of my standing. I'm just joking. I'm a pixie. Walking around like a mortal certainly makes a change from all that flitting about. Chasing porksies? Why, yes, I am, as a matter of fact. It's hard to keep up with them, though. Maybe I need more practice with this one foot in front of the other business. And if the other pixies have a problem with me chasing those flappy-eared porkers, I guess I can leave them alone. After all, 'tis hardly fitting for a lady to engage in such unseemly behavior. Hang on, guys. We need to kill Zero. Zero's been infected by the flood. Yes. What a remarkably uneventful trip. I kept jumping at shadows, waiting for eaters or foul demons or worse. Although that might be preferable to the Fae. Still, we're gonna have to deal with them eventually if we're gonna get this ring. After all, the new Mao were part of the society, and without their help, I'm not sure even where to begin our search. Perhaps there's a village of some sort you can guide us to? Oh, there's Claw and E. Alright, lead on. Yeah, sure. Turn in. To find a boarding school for me really quick, please. I would never level Gunbreaker. Never. I just noticed I'm getting Allegory for this. Kind of a waste, though. There's some actually surprisingly good experience from those quests. But, again, I don't care that much right now. So now we're at 720. Woo! So that's what, 2 more days to level 6? Which class do I hate playing? Everything that isn't these 4. Or maybe all of them. I don't know. Where are we going? Where are we going? Now, there are so many quests here. They're literally blanketing the quest markers. Look at that. Look at that. I'm just swarming with them. Yeah, healing in 14's okay. It's not as relaxing as some other MMOs, but it's okay. Tanking's a pain. DPS is the worst, though. I don't know why anybody DPSs in this game. A ring that belongs to the royal family of Vobert, and was called the Claws of Orthus? But Vobert's long gone, and the caretakers of the ring are seek. Who can say where it might have gone to? Thanks for the non-help, jackass. Surprised I didn't get this when I was up here last. Good. It's 1 down. Oh, hello there. You have questions for me? The Claws of Orthus. It's a ring, you say? The name I've heard before, but I know nothing save that. Come on. Oh, Sul all served the royal family before the flood. Somewhat temperamental they are, but surely they will have knowledge of this treasure you seek. Hey. Don't worry, we'll be out of the mushroom forest soon. Starting to drug me up a little bit, I think. Had yourself a conversation of 3? Learn anything interesting? To my knowledge, I'm already streaming at the bitrate cap, Pilot Shoss, 3500. And by cap, I mean the cap that Twitch will let me. I can look into that. It might have changed. I haven't looked into that in a few years. So this Sul Ul is the one we ought to speak with, eh? A former servant of the royal family, which would mean they've lived for over a century. Talk of me. Yeah, I remember when I became a, not an affiliate, a partner, I was able to put it up to 3500 because, you know, 50,000 bitrate? Okay. Hang on. Hang on. Give me a second. No, yeah, in order to stream at 4K, it would be 35,000, or excuse me, at 4K at 60 frames per second, it would be 53,000 bitrate. I am obviously not streaming at 4K, so I don't really need to worry about that, but That is apparently the bitrate that 4K requires. Wow. That's crazy. I could try upping it. Yeah, I'm not streaming it. I'm streaming at 1080. We have gone up to 1080. We're gonna stay here. We're not going above 1080. But I will look into upping the bitrate. Obviously that won't affect now because I'm currently streaming. I don't even have a 4K monitor. Or anything above 1080, really. Or I guess I do. I don't know what I have. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's try that many. Okay, back into it. We'll see if it looks better tomorrow. Return to the Obra Dinn. You got it, Permeus. I was wondering if you forgot. You got it, sir. Thank you again for the sub. Very much appreciate. I do not know you, yet you seem to know me. Damn it, not again. So many headaches. The fifth was discovered yesterday, a young girl, not yet of age, transformed into a misshapen beast like the others before her. As if we needed more proof of a pattern. At this rate, any citizen can be next. Tell me at least you learned something from this one. I studied her remains myself. 'Twas plain a powerful magic had been employed. Vestiges of the enchantment lingered long after. The culprit, I think, is not a man to be trifled with. That is all I will say for now, but you may rest assured I will ascertain her identity ere long. On my honor as a court mage, I swear it. Until I do, however, I would implore you and your fellow knights to dispatch any who turn or show signs without hesitation. But these are kith and kin. Should we not keep them alive until a way to reverse their transformation can be found? Your mercy would place countless others at risk. As a knight of Vobert, did you not vow to serve all her people? Justice for the weakest amongst us, was it not? How many such innocents will die before you do what must needs be done? It pains me deeply, Brandon, but the safety of the royal family is paramount. I fear that to take anything less than the most drastic measure would be to invite death into this castle. Death is already here. Surely you must see that. I will not let it be whispered that Princess Saldia turned a blind eye to her people's suffering. These crimes are a tragedy that weighs upon every Voterbite's soul, mine most of all, and that's why I will take charge of the investigation myself. My lady, be reasonable. You cannot put yourself in harm's way. You have a responsibility to your subjects. Am I to gamble with their lives instead? Well, you are a ruler. Let them shield me while I alone take shelter and look down on them from on high. Again, aforementioned sentence. Yes, exactly. You are their princess. You are Brandon, yes, the new recruit. A rather promising one, from what the captain has told me. You will attend me personally. My lady. This is actually the beginning of Twilight. You heard me. I will not stand idly by when I have the power to make a difference. Together we will see justice done for all, as your vow and your princess demands. This is the Final Fantasy remake of Twilight. Which, actually, that sounds kind of cool. Lady Saldi, I understand. Forgive my hesitation. My life and my sword are yours to command. I have great expectations for you. I trust you will not disappoint me. Right! No telling when our culprit will strike again, so we must begin our investigation at once. There are witnesses to be questioned, clues to be gathered. Come, come. Lady Soldia! Lady Soldia! Ever the stubborn child. I wish you the best of luck, Brandon. You will need it and more. Hey, are you alright? Well, you're holding your head as if racked by terrible pain. What happened? Well, I had a headache. If you know. Lady Soldia, you saw her with your mind's eye? That was as I suspected. You have the gift! Yes, I have the echo. What do you mean he's like Brandon? Explain, explain, explain. Oh, not. Why have you come to me? What is it you seek? Explain, explain, explain. I do not like that outfit, by the way. The one I'm wearing. We'll see what the Gunbreaker 80, roll outfit looks like when we're done with this. So this hunt of yours has you come to Ilmeg in search of the Claws of Orthus. I'm afraid this is no simple matter. First, I would know that you are capable of facing the Eater you seek, so I need you to go do a dungeon for me. Okay. There's a spot in a river not far from here, which I used to bathe until a number of beasts grew equally fond of it. If you are the warrior you claim to be, they should pose no challenge whatsoever. Up. As for you, I have questions. So many questions. Yes, good. Anyways, Pilot Shots, we'll raise the bitrate. We'll see what happens. And by that, I mean I have already done so. I feel like I should know that, but I don't recognize it. I'm sorry, Sarah. I give up. I recognize the FF6 overworld from earlier. Should make a game of it. Oh, it's Tauhao. Okay. That might be why I recognize it but couldn't place it. Because I've actually heard, I actually have some Tauhao music on me. Yeah, the trust system was a good idea. It's just it needs to be implemented better. Had my cable stuck under my leg. Oh, there's some things I should kill. Every time we do the emote, Final Cloud. The emote. Oh, absolutely, we love Kirby. Used to be Warrior, then Stormblood happened, and now it's Gunbreaker. One of these days, I really do kind of want to level everything to 80, and then experience everything at 80, but the two things kind of get in the way of that. One is the obvious leveling everything to 80 thing. That's going to be a hell of a feat. The other thing is, you know, I don't have a lot of content I can do at 80 to really experience the class at level. So it's just kind of whatever. Beasts are no more, then. Good, good. I had the heart to do it myself, for they were no ordinary beasts, but old friends who had survived the flood. Victims of the curse you heard us speak of in your vision. So the curse transforms people into monsters, like how Sin Eaters can spawn more of their kind? I will speak no more of this or other matters until you've completed the task I set before you. This is not negotiable, grandson. Lore accepted my terms, so must you. I'm so secretive with both of you. Can we just speak plain? Your comrade refuses to acknowledge the situation. It may take time, but I am patient. Indeed, I have dealt with many a stubborn child in my life. It's been a thing, McDud, wrestling into position. I'm still not there. It's still not perfect, but whatever. I know, S.A. Ross. It's just well designed, We Love Kirby. That's really all it boils down to. It feels like a very polished class. Exemplary timing. 'Twas not more a moment ago that Granson returned. This guy is a hell of a speedrunner. Having obliged my humble request. Humble request my arse. This one's no better than a Yulmorian aristocrat. accustomed to making others do their bidding. I tell you, there's something off-putting about taking orders from a dog. Ere you continue and give me cause to reconsider aiding your hunt, perhaps you should ask your questions. Fine. Lore said he had a vision of you and Brandon looking thick as thieves. You were friends, huh? You know what he's up to now. Brandon's dead. He died a century ago, together with his comrades in an attempt to halt the flood as they attempted to set themselves in motion. That they themselves attempted... I presume you speak of the eater that took possession of his corpse. Dakaiosign, aye, but unlike most eaters, he's been doing more than roam about aimlessly. Yeah, like the other three we've already fought. For some reason, he's been hunting down royal treasures of Old Vober, and he's been killing anyone who gets in his way. See now, what irony, even in death he remains a slave to duty, a knight true and true. He's a murderer, and I'll not hear it otherwise. He ruined my life, killed my beloved right in front of my very eyes. Every night I go to bed dreaming of the day I will take revenge. Oh, I see. Truly, you have suffered a terrible loss, but while your thirst for vengeance is quite natural and understandable, it is ultimately misguided. Unusual behavior notwithstanding, Dakaiosign is nevertheless no more than an eater. To hate him is to hate the sea that claims the ship, or the disease that steals the child, or the tremor that topples the home, the mindless force of nature that begets destruction, driven by fragmented memory. Don't you dare make excuses for him. You think I want any of this? I grew up on a farm. I can barely wield a sword. And I've got to kill one of the bloody cardinal virtues. Hate, anger, and vengeance are all that I have now. My every waking moment is dedicated to plotting his death. It has to be. It has to be! So tell us where the God's damn ring is and we'll be on our way. This is how it's to be, huh? Who you have to be? Nay, I think not. You ask too much, demand too much. In exchange for what? This I cannot abide. Are you trying to barter with me, you little... Tell me what I want to know or I'll beat it out of you! Hey, dude. Back off, Lore. I won't let anyone or anything stand between me and Melinda's murderer. Dude. Brendan was a dear friend. To know an eater disgraces his flesh and his memory pains me more than I can well express. It would bring me great comfort if you were to grant him peace. I would share you with a story, if you'd be so kind as to join me in Laigia. This better have a point. Definitely a Dark Knight. What's my weapon on a Dark Knight right now? Because his looks familiar. Do not recognize that one. As I say, that's almost the same sword I have. That's what I was wondering. Here's my Dark Knight outfit, by the way. What? Oh, I wouldn't have gotten that. I don't know Deltarune's music that well. In fact, I only know one song from Deltarune off the top of my head. I mean, I've reached the step in lore where I don't actually have to threaten people, Final Cloud. It's just like... Star Destroyer. Shuttle. Chill. There's only one song I remember in Deltarune, and that's Chaos. Chaos! I mean, it's not a perfect analogy, but I'm going to keep using it because it's an awesome analogy, so screw you. It's the best analogy ever in the history of the universe. Okay, now that we've got that out of the way. Dude, Paragon interrupts and Renegade interrupts were some of the best innovations to dialogue-based gameplay, and I mean that without hyperbole. I've said it before, dialogue is a gameplay thing. Selectable dialogue, you know, a dialogue tree, that is gameplay. It is how you are functionally choosing the decisions that lead to your playstyle, right? It's something you are doing to interact with the game. Giving us the interrupt concept was brilliant. And I really wish more games would steal that idea. But anyways. 'Tis beautiful, even now, a palace of forgotten dreams. But that was before Leah... It was in the time of Vobert. It was Grun's Licht. Go ahead, Burmius. The memory of mine in which you walked was of a troubled time, when the people of our kingdom were preyed upon by an ambitious fool. Brandon, then a young knight, who had only just won his spurs, had caught the eyes of Princess Saldia, who chose him as her personal guardian. However, he was far too inexperienced and was unable to keep her safe when she ventured outside the walls on one of her investigations. For his failure, he was stripped of his knighthood, and shortly after he quit Vobert. Never thought I'd see him again. But then one day he returned, one of several wandering adventures led by a man named Ardbert, who had accepted our invitation to look into the mysterious transformations, which had continued unabated in Brandon's absence. Lady Saldia was overjoyed, and for a time it looked like nothing changed. They spoke often and grew even closer. Then came the day when we learned the truth. We learned the architect of our kingdom's suffering was none other than the court mage, the guy from the earlier cutscene. And flashback! Probably a fight, too, if I was to understand the pattern, because each of these have had a roleplay, I think is what they call them, section. Speaking of paladins. Oh, it's him, Brandon. I'm sorry. So am I. Come, let's be done with it. Hello, Roxy's boy. Thank you for the kind thoughts. I do hope you enjoy FF14. It's a bit of an interesting taste, but it's still a fun one, I think. It was you, Tadric. Do not deny it. Tormenting our people, twisting and transforming them into monsters. And for what? Brandon. And after I took such pains to be rid of you. You may strip me of my titles, but not my oaths. I shall serve Lady Saldia until my dying breath. As you like. Once I've killed you and your friends, there'll be no one left to stop me from claiming the throne. Hear me, children. The hour of reckoning is at hand. Rejoice, for in noble sacrifice you shall find everlasting glory. Nice guy. Oh, Tadric, it hurts. Soon, you shall know no more pain. I was going to make it quick, for old time's sake, but now I think I ought to take my time. Loading. Loading. Enchantment? Hey, there we go. Yep, paladin. res you? What do I look like, a red mage? Maybe after seeing what just happened, the people should have been like, maybe we shouldn't follow this guy, but no. There we go. Oh yeah, that's what I want to be when I grow up. Yep. And whenever we play Baldur's Gate, that'll probably be exactly what happens. It really is Final Cloud. I like how his title, by the way, is The Vainglorious. Yeah. How to do a stack attack, guys. How to do a spread out, too. No sacrifice is too great to claim what is mine by right. This guy's just a bundle of joy, isn't he? Ugh! Look what the new one's turned into. I'll stop trying to tank everything. Math. 6, 38. That's probably worth it. Alright, whatever. That's cool. Yes, feels like Paladin so far. Pretty basic. Isn't Ardbert a warrior, by the way, in class? Okay. I'm not misremembering. It's just an interesting group setup they have here. They also have a group party of 5, which, isn't that just cheating at that moment? Yeah, I'm sure Paladin is fine nowadays. Really. The last time I really played Paladin for any real extent was a while ago. Ignore the fact that it's in the 70s right now. Just ignore that. It's just, I found it boring, you know? It's probably good, I just didn't enjoy playing it. That's why I never actually pushed it. Thank you very, very much, Duralis. As always, appreciate it. Thank you. And I'll put that towards a hat in time. interrupt him? No, we cannot. Okay. Give me a second to draw this. I kind of can't pause right now. So, which has the better class play, FF14 or WoW? Well, that is a matter of opinion. However, I would say WoW by a mile for me. WoW is the game that I just absolutely adore playing, and frankly, does the gameplay axis of things brilliantly. I mean, several people have mentioned the idea that if we could have the gameplay of WoW and the story of FF14, that would be a match made in heaven. I got it, though. But thank you, Brave One. A hat in time. Meddlesome wretch. This kingdom is by rights mine. Brampton, what is the meaning of this? Tadric, you. But why? After serving us faithfully for so many years. I am no servant. No servant! Not of your father, or your mother, or you! And this is where bad things happen. Because you guys are stupid. That's true, Cashel. That is very true. One of my... It's not a complaint, but one of the things... Like, several people are like, we need to add more classes to FF14. I don't agree. I think there's too many classes as is, and I don't think there's enough variance between them as is. My opinion. I would rather they vary up the classes more than they add more. My opinion. They will not do that, of course, because they're kind of locked into the content cycle thing, but you know how it is. Brandon, my dear Brandon, am I your princess still? Would you honor your vows even now? Dude, she got hit with one spell. She's fine. Healer. We have a healer literally right there. Come on. Well. That sucks. It is worth noting that most games do a thing where you pick the class and then you customize the class. Whereas, honestly, what FF14 does is it lets you customize by going and doing the class, right? And I'm with that. I'm explaining this wrong. In WoW, there's a really big difference between a balanced druid, a guardian druid, a feral druid, and a restoration druid. Those are really different specs. They are effectively different classes, right? Even though they're all druid. In FF14, these would each just be separate classes. And that's how they would do that in FF14. But anyways. Steel your heart, brave Brendan, and for the good of Vobert and her people. No, I cannot. I will not. And Remedy's X sounds very true, too. The quality of the classes in WoW does vary. And it varies per class and per expansion, and in some cases per patch. Warlock was amazing in Pandaria. Shadow Priest was amazing in Warlords. Demon Hunter was amazing in Legion, etc., etc. Hunter was amazing in Legion. Mage was amazing in Legion. We're moving on. So I agree with Remedy's Excellent. They do kind of do this. I actually liked Rogue Assassin in Warlords, specifically. I suppose that's fair, Remedy's Exion, but I stand by my point. A protection tank, an arms warrior, or a protection warrior, arms warrior, and a fury warrior do play pretty differently. Because they are effectively different classes. So anyways, back to the Fate Worse Than Death, sorry. So anyways, back to the Fate Worse Than Death, sorry. So anyways, back to the Fate Worse Than Death, sorry. So anyways, back to the Fate Worse Than Death, sorry. So anyways, back to the Fate Worse Than Death, sorry. So anyways, back to the Fate Worse Than Death, sorry. So anyways, back to the Fate Worse Than Death, sorry. So anyways, back to the Fate Worse Than Death, sorry. So anyways, back to the Fate Worse Than Death, sorry. So anyways, back to the Fate Worse Than Death, sorry. So anyways, back to the Fate Worse Than Death, sorry. So anyways, back to the Fate Worse Than Death, sorry. So anyways, back to the Fate Worse Than Death, sorry. So anyways, back to the Fate Worse Than Death, sorry. So anyways, back to the Fate Worse Than Dea should be me. More similarities to the Flood, by the way. Converting those it consumes. Brandon, my sword, now and ever after. Yeah, by the way, tempering is the worst thing about this setting. I don't mean from an out-of-character perspective. I mean, it's messed up. It's the kind of thing that if I had the power to just erase it from reality, I would. Tempering is messed. We've rounded up the rest of Tadric's co-conspirators and tossed them in the gaol. Goal? Jail. Right, that's pronounced jail. The ones who haven't been corrupted by his magics, that is. By the way, this is how you use no music well. Right there. Sorry, I know we were talking about class design across MMOs, but honestly, that's a damn good scene, and that's getting a plus. Poor Tadric. Oops. I'll not hesitate again, no matter the cost and no matter the sacrifice. So, you saw what happened? Yeah. Look at White, she begged him to do it, just like Melinda. Come, let us quit this place and return to Plan New. Or any. Look, I can't do these pronunciations, okay? I'm not sure in this one. In most of the Final Fantasy games, though, Phoenix Down and life spells and all that, they only bring you back from the edge. They bring you back from downed, not dead, as I like to clarify. And I was going to say, I'm pretty sure, because I've been through Palace of the Dead up to, I think, floor 100. And I'm pretty sure they codify that in there. Of course. You know why I entered the royal family's service many long years ago? Because when I was attacked by a wild beast which nearly tore me to shreds, it was Lady Saldi who came to my rescue. She saved me, and that is a debt that can never be repaid, for there is naught in this world which holds greater value than life itself. Not even her death absolves me of it, so I must always consider first her wishes and her desires, which she would want from her, from me, and her kingdom, for Brendan, and yes, even for you, grandson. To define oneself in opposition to the other, an other bereft of complexity of nuance, wholly devoid of redeeming qualities, a villain. Indeed, there is a comfort in certainty and hatred. But it is a false and fleeting comfort. Bought with lies we tell ourselves about who we are, what we must be, and what we must do. And never you mind the cost. If anything, the more we offer up in sacrifice, the better. Do you not see? Brendan was right to hesitate and to doubt. The unwavering blade cares not for whom it serves, nor whom it cuts. I think I need a moment. Perhaps you do as well. Leave us for now. Come back when you've gained 2 more levels. Okay. Grandson, I have given you ample time to consider the path that has brought you here. 5 whole seconds! And where it inevitably leads all who walk it. I didn't even know what to do after I lost Melinda. How to mourn her, or how to live. I felt like if I put all that onto Kaiosign, put my everything into the hunt, then at least I wouldn't have to think about myself or what comes next. I wanted to hollow myself and fill up that hole with hate. Forget who I was, and irony of ironies, that's just what the poor bastard tried to do to himself a century ago, too, isn't it? Hard men making hard choices, what rot. We'll be sappy. Think of Melinda. You're right, I don't need the hate, never did. I'll finish it for Melinda, and for Brandon. And then I'll move on. Move on, you say? I can't live off hate. Shouldn't have made it this far, frankly. The more I try to reach for it, the more I find sorrow? Pity? It's called being a Dark Knight. Don't worry, you can complete your class change into a Paladin. You might have to have a Lunarian dad on the way, though. Curse not fate, but mourn her victims. Remember the dead as they lived. Something like that. I reckon Laura would agree. The dead outnumber the living. We always will. And Melinda, if she were here, would probably slap me a dozen times and call me a bloody fool for acting the way I have. Or maybe you've been thinking about doing that in her stead, huh? We'll have to ask, Zira. Apologies for treating you with such disrespect, Sulal. I'd like to claim I finally understand what you've been telling me, but I'm still getting my head around it. Recognizing your faults is the first and most important step. I will tell you what I know of the Claws of Orthus. The ring, together with the bracelet and trocher, were 3 relics passed down through the royal family over generations, signifying the owner's right to rule. Princess Salvia was the last of her line, and even after death they were stored in a sanctuary for safekeeping. However, a year ago a band of thieves learned of its existence. The ones who stole the fangs and eyes. Yes, the relics were concealed with magical wards. I can only presume that once they were spirited away, Kaiosign will then be able to sense their presence. Even in death, a slave to duty, you said. You think he pursued the thieves out of an instinct of loyalty to his princess? That I do. After all, he was content to leave them be so long as they remained hidden. Only 2 of the 3 were taken. Then the third... claim the Claws of Orthus, and he will surely come for you, yes. Timgyus is where you must go. Once you arrive at the place I marked on your map, cast this powder into the air. The glamour will fade, and you'll see the chest with the ring. The rest is up to you. Thank you. I promise we'll bring your friend peace. With me, Sinner. I wish all of the, what I call the major quests, you know, all the class stuff, the raid stuff, the role stuff. I wish all of that was voice acted. I get why it's not. I do. We actually talked about this the last time we streamed this game. But it would be nice. But that would be a sinkhole for money. And they can't even finish their tech debt, you know? So, understandable. Hell, recently Guild Wars 2 released a patch without voice acting for several long story quests because they couldn't do it in time, and they decided to release the patch before, you know... I'll just do this, screw it. Before the voice acting was done because of 2020. Which I think is the right move, by the way. That's why I'm bringing it up. Oh, God, that weirded me out for a second. Still the best mount in the game. Oh, sorry. Well, I don't know how many languages they translate this out to, but it's Peace. But yeah, at the bare minimum, that's 2 full languages of voice acting. That is not a small amount of content. By the way, anybody who will be joining us will be starting the Nier stuff soon-ish, just as a heads up. Pretty much as soon as we finish this, and then the unlock quest. I don't know how long the unlock quest is, just FYI. Wait, I have another role quest? What? What? Explain yourself, sir. Oh, there's a quad role quest? Never mind, you've got some time. I didn't realize we had another step. This must be the Claws of Orthus. I wasn't going to do Gunbreaker. I thought Gunbreaker was Stormblood. When was Gunbreaker added? All that's left to do is to decide when and where we want to confront the Eater. How about right here and now? Okay, I guess Shadowbringers was Gun. Hey, I was right. He is right here. Or we could deal with it here and now. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Look, my spoon's in the other room. Hey there, old man. I don't know you, and you don't know me. But I know your story. I know this isn't you. And I know that if Lady Saldia was here, she'd say the same thing. It'll all be over soon, I promise. It's Dark Knight and Gunbreaker versus Paladin. The new shall surpass the old. We're on Goblin. Sorry. We love Kirby. We love Kirby. Bleh. That actually sounds like a cool name for a battle. The Fight of the Three Tanks. Okay, fine. Would you stop that? Reminds me of back in WoW Classic when a druid would duel a paladin. Which I should know because I was a paladin and Bax is a druid. It was a little slow, that's what I'm trying to say. He's literally out of the arena. Come on. Where I'm in my rotations at this point. Okay, sure. Yeah, I was just saying. Thanks to a timing delay, that's just gonna hit me, and I might actually die here. Persona 5, Lord Aramon, by a mile. response. Not again. Lore has never reviewed WoW, that is correct. That could be a thing, Final Cloud. You don't know. He's already got a bajillion health, so... Yeah, but then, well, I mean, there's still a low-level fighter at that point, Roxy's point. Still gotta deal with that. Daytime, apparently. Lore is surprisingly close to losing this quest, and he'd rather not do this 5-minute fight all over again. Excuse me, 8-minute fight. No, I'm reading that wrong. 7 minutes. It's been 7 minutes. See what I mean by the long fights, by the way? I mean, I know it's a tank-on-tank fight, but we've been fighting for over 7 minutes now. 7 minutes and 18 seconds. That's a long fight. Damn, Eater. Let him go. He's not your bloody puppet. You watching, Melinda? I actually don't know how the afterlife really... Well, I mean... I guess I do know how the afterlife works in this setting. So no, she's not watching. Ever after, my lady Saldia, my sword is yours to command. Brandon, he's still here? I'll not hesitate again, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. Wait, is he trapped in the memory still? You're wrong, Brandon. That's not what she would want. Let go of your anger. Let go of her. Love the gear progression thing, by the way. But that would make me lesser in your eyes, wouldn't it? To shoulder a burden that need not be mine. No, I will not forsake compassion and love. I will not dishonor your memory. Oh, my lady Saldia. He's gone. And with that, the three churches of the royal family are reunited. Nope, just gotta find a place to stick them so no scavenger ever stumbles on them again. Least we can do for the princess and her knight, am I right? I'm torn between Caster and this one, Valvedrix. Those two are kind of tied for me, then healer, then obviously melee, or physical. This is a good one, though. Obviously. Run! So apparently we're not doing Nier tonight, given the time. And apparently we have several more quests to do. That's fine, though. I don't mind. It's just... Nier will be tomorrow, along with Save the Queen. What am I doing? This game's graphics, they're okay, I guess. I like the spell effects. Okay, von Falkenstein. I gotta write that down up here, though. Hang on. Thank you for watching my show, von Falkenstein. I don't know, S.A. Ross. I should have finished this game hours ago. I've played Halo, I know how this works. Is it done? Is Brandon laid to rest? You saw somebody arrive, do you really have to ask? No, I suppose not. Oh, my dear friend, I pray you found peace. Well, he found cessation. I suppose so, though to be honest, I felt like I made my peace with him before we even fought. Because you finally saw him for what he was and accepted the truth in your heart. The battle was but an afterthought. Easy for you to say. You didn't have to cross blades with the bloke. Yeah, it was fun. By the way, I brought you some gifts. Yeah, I've heard the hero mode is pretty cool on Falkenstein. 3 royal relics of Vobert. Then Brandon was safeguarding both the bracelet and the choker. And now it's your turn to look after the whole lot. That's what Lady Saldia and her knight would have wanted, I reckon. Yes, of course, their souls may sleep soundly forevermore. We shall enshrine these relics for all eternity. Now that's settled, I suppose we'd be on our way. There's a detour I'll have to take, but afterwards I'll speak to you in the usual spot in the Crystarium. Peace out! I think that one has a bright life ahead of him. Few can find the strength to overcome such terrible tragedy, but he did. As have you, on no few occasions, I am sure. You have no idea. It's been a pleasure, Laura. Do visit me should you ever yearn to hear an old fool prattle on and on. I'm guessing that's the short story stuff, Rax? I think MMO could be spread out into several genres. One of my favorite examples of that is an MMO RTS I played, which is actually really fun. Shattered Galaxy, it was called. There's also MMO side-scrollers, too. I'm not sure what else off the top of my head. Well met. Glad to see you made it back safe and sound. Having returned to where it all began, I can't help but think back to when I first came here, thinking only of Dikaiosine and my revenge. I was so wrapped up in my own personal affairs I didn't realize I was only pushing others away. Leonard was the only one who saw through the facade. He's a perceptive one, aye. He took one look at me when I got back and broke into a smile. But enough about him. I have yet to thank you properly, Laura. I owe you so much for sticking with me to the end. So what's next for you, boy? Good question. I should call him a Shuttle. I'm just going to make that a meme now. What's up for you, Shuttle? Good question. Can't say I feel at home here in Wright or anywhere else. So, I might spend some time on the road. I may not be as skilled a fighter as you, but I reckon I'm better than most, and there's always someone in need of a reliable sword hand. Melinda would want me to use my talents for a noble purpose, and helping folks in need fits the bill. Hells, isn't that what Brandon and his comrades wound up doing in the end? So, let's not call it goodbye. Let's just say until the next hunt. So where's the All Rolls quest? Start. Wherever you shall go, may you find shade, sinner. Okay, that makes sense. He was the one who unlocked all the role quests to begin with, if I'm remembering correctly. Which I might not be, it's been a year and a half. And he was never heard from again. Yeah, no, that one was really good. I think I know that one. Well, if isn't the great hunter himself. As if you don't know, all four of the cardinal virtues laid low with your help. You're the talk of the stairs, Lore. When the night returned to Lakeland, we knew in our hearts that change was on the horizon, but never did I dare hope you would get us rid of those, help us get rid of those terrible fiends. You've surpassed my wildest expectations. Not mine, Glennard. Aye, when I first laid eyes on him, I had an inkling he was the hero we've been waiting to come along. Easy to claim after the fact. If you'd indulge me, though, I'd love to hear how it played out. The hunting of the virtues, that is. Well, there I was, surrounded by 3 monstrous trolls. My word, there's so much more to it than I realized, and I thought you'd only had to track down the bloody things. Gods, though. Things you learned about the Warriors of Light, so many secrets and details lost over time. And all their hard work and sacrifice, they somehow brought about the Flood? Can't say I understand it all, but it's a bloody tragedy it is. We should gather the others and toast their memories. Heroes of old, brave and true, to be remembered forever. Now, I'll thank you not to let your bleeding heart drive you to offer up a fortnight's stock of spirits. Tend to your other customers and let me speak with the hero of the here and now. Whatever would I do without your good sense and wisdom? Very well. I'll leave you to entertain him, but don't you think we won't be having that drink someday? No, Mr. Red. No. Lore, I must thank you for sharing with us such incredible tales. 'Tis only right I repay you in kind. With the ending, that is. With the story of the true villain who towers above the virtues. The devil more deserving of death than any that yet lingers in this world. If your curiosity has been piqued, meet me atop the balcony overlooking the crystalline mean. I'll be waiting until you do. Hi. I'm gonna listen to this for a sec. Yeah, I guess that is searching for friends. God, that took me a while. Partially because I was, you know, parsing, but God, that flute. Zero, I think you need to go take some lessons, buddy. I'm sorry. I was gonna do something. Oh, right. Duh, I'm going the wrong way. Let's see how it looks, shall we? Even though I've already been told, I don't remember, so let's just go see how it looks. If they got too good, I could be DMCA'd. That's true. That's true. Zero saving me from DMCAs. However. I mean, nobody really likes FF music, honestly. Damn it, Rex. Okay, so let's see what this looks like, shall we? Weathered. 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 Takes a minute to do. A second. Just give me a second. Back of y'all. Like I said, old game. Tech debt. We've been talking about it all day. It really is everywhere, the tech debt problem. It really it affects everything. So I like the gunblade. That's a nice first step. Where am I going? Thank you, good bar. Very, very much for that sub. I hope you've been enjoying. I appreciate your support. Thank you. Do you happen to know where you want to put that? How many capital cities? 3, 4, 5, 6 total. 7 if you count Yulmore. 8 if you count, I forget the name of it, and 9 if you count Idleshire, which I do not. Let's see what this looks like in a cutscene, so. Or not. You came as I knew you would. Never met a mystery you could leave well alone, or a demon you could let live, am I right? This demon is undeniably deserving of death. Make no mistake, to cut them down would be just and proper. The act of a goodly person, and that's what you are, I can see that. No need to grow impatient or be offended, but before you pass judgment, you need to understand their part in everything, who they were to the fallen warriors of light, for instance. Of course, Right about now, you must be wondering how I know what I know. What a tavern wench of all people has to know what anything is. Let me tell you then. I am the one who brought together the Virtue Hunters. I'm the one who marked you as a potential ally to them and bade you join them in their quests. I alone knew what had to be done and what sort of sinner would be needed to see this tale of tragedy and betrayal brought to the end. I can see a PC from a mile away. But come, we have many malms ahead of us. To Kalusia! Okay. Nope, don't recognize that one. Sorry. That's a mystery one. Specifically sevens. That's what that one is. Could also be tens, I suppose, but I'm thinking that was sevens. You don't like gunblades? I mean, it's a real-life concept. Bayonets, you know. Here we go, cutscene. So let's see what we look like, shall we? Of course the camera zoomed out. You are accustomed to life on the road, I see, as am I. You recognize this place? I thought you might. Here's where it began, where Ardbert first met Lamet. Magic, Pilot Chauce. I'm not actually joking. Still young and lacking in experience, but possessed of so much potential. Heroes in the making, even the keen-eyed could see. They would fulfill that promise much later, though, after joining with every other dear companion. Brendan, Renda Shaw, Renda Bay, whatever. Bobina! However you say her damn name. And one other, an elven woman, which I noticed earlier. Ah, perhaps you already asked the question, who? There were 5 Warriors of Light, but she would make 6. She was actually in several of the cutscenes. Indeed, after adding in Nilebert, there does seem to be one too many, but believe me when I say there was indeed a 6th adventurer lost to history, and her name was Silva. Yeah, they call her out by name, actually, a couple times, too. Though, I doubt I need to convince you of this truth. When you walked in the Virtue's memories, you saw her time and time again, did you not? Then you saw the true villain, the traitor responsible for all their woes. Let us continue the story elsewhere, to Arang and the Fields of Amber. I just realized my helmet looks like it's a... Yep, it's the eye patch thing. I like the rest of it. I don't think I like the eye patch. Aww. I can't do the tricorn hat. Or if I can, I'm not saying it. Oh, well. Oh yeah, gun gauntlets, my personal favorite. They look really unwieldy. And here we are, back in the desert. Again. Unfortunately, I can't actually dye it. You saw the true villain's face in their memories, and I told you her name in Kalusia, but what were her crimes, you ask? Hearken to my tale, and you will learn. Silva had joined the others before they first met Nilbert. After the party of 5 came to this place, they took on a commission to slay a powerful beast that had taken up residence in the mines. Yeah, that's her over there. She said the said beast was believed to be the instigator of ever more terrible tremors, and so time was of the essence. But during their hurried search, they crossed paths with their future companion, then a competitor, aiming to usurp their prize. After another tremor triggered by the beast trapped them all underground, they had no choice but to work together to lay it low. To their dismay, even after its death, the earth continued to shudder violently. As the adventurers looked to each other in confusion, Nilebert strode towards the beast's body and grabbed a hold of a curious stone. A stone brimming with untold ether. That he had sought it out and might harness it to potentially rescue a loved one lost to the rift. But so powerful was the stone that it warped the flow of the life stream. Its very existence was a threat. And so when faced with the choice between one life and countless others, Nilebert wept and shattered the stone. He had held his comrade's salvation in his hand and cast it aside for the greater good. For his sacrifice he was judged a hero, and in that instant a warrior of light was born. In life, Nilebert was a pragmatic figure whose wisdom and sagacity were admired by all. Little wonder that in death he would retain his virtue. But as Nilebert mourned the friend he had forever lost, the betrayer Silva looked on in silent contentment, for they had taken the first step on their path towards becoming heroes brave and true. His sacrifice had sparked the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. I think I already know where this is going. What ritual, you may wonder? Fear not, all will become clear in time. Come with me to Raktika, to the Secia swamps. We must retrace the steps as they were taken to understand the depths of her treachery. God, Zero, you're terrible! I actually don't remember the name of that song, but it's from Ocarina of Time. That is the Song of Storms. I was right. I mean, I'm terrible too, but you know. I don't have any good helmets to put on right now. Look at that. Blech, whatever. Go around. Man, I freaking love this town. Sorry. Listen, just because this turned into a PG-13 stream, alright. No. This way. We're all going to die tonight. This place too is familiar to you, no? From days recent and long since past. After the events in Amarang, Ardbert and his comrades grew in fame, spurring others to entreat their aid. The adventurers sought out greater and greater challenges, and in pursuit of another they came to Raktika. While here, the hunter Runde, whatever her name is, learned the notorious mark Balamqueets was near, and so under the cover of darkness she slipped away from the others to slay the beast herself. Like Nilebert before, of course, you already know what her motive was. Balamqueets had robbed her of her fellow hunters, only vengeance would redress the balance. Moreover, she would not dare risk the lives of her new comrades, so terrified was she of the mere possibility that she might have to relive that terrible day. And so she faced Balamqueets alone, and would have surely died for it had Ardbert and the others not arrived in time to help. Like Nilebert before, of course, you already know what happened. For her love, her conviction, and her resolve, she was chosen by Hydaelyn. And from that day forward, whatever her name is, swore never again to betray her comrades' trust, to share with them the triumphs and tragedies, to relinquish the freedom she had once held in the highest. The bravest, most courageous hunter that ever was. That moment would define what she became in life and in death. Her sacrifice would hasten the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. The betrayer Silva looked on, yet more satisfied. They were oblivious to her machinations, unaware that they were dancing to her tune. Their journeys continued, and so must ours, to Ilmeg, and that place I can't pronounce. Yeah, Heidelin's like, dude, sign me up for that one. Need to pick her up before she goes... I mean, people desperate for vengeance because of lost loved ones, that pretty much screams PC, doesn't it, Valvatrix? Think about it. PC, player character. Plot character, if you want the story equivalent. It's kind of a running gag that the PC kind of is the PC, and that's what makes them unique. In some games, that's actually a literal thing. In other cases, it's just, you know, metaphoric or joking. But it is a constant nonetheless. In most games, the PC really is above and beyond. That's the nature of it. I mean, there is a lore reason why we are so damned powerful in lore. Or so damned capable, or however you want to think of that. Because, you know, there's 8 of us? 9? I forget, actually. As beautiful now as it was then. You saw it too. Would you not agree? With the death of Bleh, the legend of Ardbert and his comrades had grown more than ever. Thus emboldened they came to the kingdom of Vobert. Vobert had long been troubled by what some had dubbed a magical plague, innocents found transformed into misshapen fiends that the kingdom's knights had no choice but to put down ere the contagion spread. Good evening, Sheriff Yoda. As I say, I think with Ardbert it is up to 9. Brendan had been one such knight. In his youth he had served the Princess Salvia faithfully, only to be cast out for a single mistake. Thus he did take to the road where he met Ardbert and the others. Having grown stronger and wiser, more respected, Brendan felt it was time to return and redeem himself with the aid of his comrades, and he did just that. Tadric, the court mage, was unmasked as the mastermind of Vobert's misery, and by disgraced knight's blade, he was brought to justice. But with his dying breath, Tadric cursed the Princess Salvia, sentencing her to a fate worse than death. At her behest did he raise up his blade, and for the sake of kingdom, strike down his liege lady. With that single stroke he was forever changed, though not nearly in the way that was necessary. He stood at the precipice and almost forsook his compassion for unflinching judgment, but mercifully turned aside at last. Thus did he embrace true justice, that which weighs law and heart together, and strives for the greater good. 'Tis a long and difficult road from which many stray, settling for simpler moralities. But I would expect no less from the man who became Dikaiosine. His sacrifice would strengthen the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. As her companions grew ever more powerful, so too did the betrayer Silva. Bit by bit, they brought her closer to her goal. But it was not yet finished. To Kalusia they returned, and so was me. You know, I'm basically teleporting. How are you getting around, lady? Oh, and also, I can fly. Whatever. Whoop, whoop, whoop. To Xanargant, I think? No. And now I've lost it. Whatever. Oh yeah, no, that's Shion's theme. That's Shion's theme. I can hear it now. That's actually really similar to Xanargant's main tune, now I'm thinking about it. Slowly but surely the adventurers were fulfilling their potential. And here's the healer quest, aka the one we did first. a year and a half ago. Word of their deeds in Vobert spread like wildfire, and their legend grew ever larger. But for all their success, the fledgling heroes would be forced to endure more hardship and welcome more sacrifice. They pressed deeper into the depths of Raktika towards ancient Ronka. It was here that the dwarf Lamet came to a crossroads, for in claiming the magic she desperately desired, she would be forced to renounce something equally precious. Dwarves are a reclusive lot, wont to withdraw from the outside world that the many traditions might be preserved in isolation. When the stone blight began to spread, they chose to lock away the afflicted and refused to seek outside help. But Lamet would not abide this. She vowed to save her ailing kin, her sister among them, even if it meant violating dwarven law. With her newfound power, she returned and cured the sick, and for this she was banished by the Council of Elders. This came as no surprise, for she had made her peace with it long before. When she stood in that ancient ruin and called upon the Forgotten Guardians to grant her forbidden knowledge, she knew then what the price would be. She had weighed her traditions and her identity against the lives of those she loved and made her choice. Though it pained her terribly and in ways only a dwarf could understand, and Heidelin, it would seem. Heidelin, we need to have a talk, and you need to stop existing, I'm just saying. Though through hardship and sacrifice was a new warrior of light forged, a healer that knew more than any the value of life, and would do anything to see it preserved, even in death. Her sacrifice would nearly complete the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come, very soon then, very soon. For Ardbert and his companions had stumbled upon evidence of the larger design, threads linking together the disparate troubles of the realm. A name spoken of only in whispers, the Shadowkeeper. A singular force sowing chaos and discord throughout Norvant to an unknown end. If the Warriors of Light truly wished to save the world, then they would need to confront the villain amongst villains. And at the end of their exhaustive search, at the end of their struggle, who do you think they found waiting to welcome them with open arms? The answer to that awaits us in Lakeland. The villain yet walks amongst us, Lore, unknown, unpunished. Go on ahead and wait for me at Laxenloft. There are preparations to which I must attend. I'm not sure, Remedies Exion. I have the same honest question about Zodiark, if I'm being real. Although Zodiark should probably stop existing too. Hang on. I'm being directed in this direction. Beep, beep, beep. There we go. We're good. I hate this song. Reminds me of the Pandaria in song. And of course it's raining. Why wouldn't it be raining? Not that I'm aware, Mr. Red, but the kazoo song can go to hell. So, destination. Waiting. Yeah. I hate that blur effect they put over the crystal tower. Hurts my eyes. They do it back in the other world, too. Oh, absolutely, Roxy's boy, but I'd have to think about it, and now's not the time. Dark Knight? Dark Knight. She's going to be really polite and let us have this flashback, aren't they? I guess she does have a shield, never mind. Probably not for a while, Zether TV. they've only barely begun funding that run, so it's nowhere... Like, that's like a year out at this point. Damn you, Silva. We were comrades in arms. Friends. That we were, and that we are. Everything I said, everything I felt, it was all true. You mean the world to me. You're the bloody Shadowkeeper. What in the hells was this for? Very Arthas move. For you. For every one of you. To forge you into heroes worthy of her blessing. That she might choose you as her champions. A ruthless mage consumed by the pursuit of power to save his friend no matter the cost. By his sacrifice a warrior born. Yeah, no, I noticed. They have the outfits on that their final forms did. A mournful hunter scarred by tragedy, resolved never again to trust in others. By her sacrifice a warrior born. Hello, there we go. A disgraced knight who yearned to steal his heart in justice's name, and by his sacrifice a warrior born. And a troubled healer, torn between tradition and love, by her sacrifice, warrior born. And their leader, an adventurer with a heart overflowing with love for his dearest comrades, who must now bring his axe to bear against his own. By his sacrifice, a warrior born. I am the villain you seek, the keeper of shadows from a world shrouded in dark. By our struggle would this world be shattered and its souls saved. I'm not saying that line. Thank you for waiting. I have to kill you now, don't I? Saw it all, did you? I thought you might. Mother's gift has a knack for showing us exactly what we need to see, if not what we want to, or when. They knew me as Silva, but my real name doesn't matter. Like you, I am not of this world. I crossed the rift and came to the first. My home, the 13th. Oh, I was right. Hang on. 13th was the World of Darkness, right? The one in the raid, the Alliance raid back in ARR. Just want to make sure I'm right about that, because that's what I call... I remember I said earlier, I think I know where this is going. Yeah, damn. My home, the 13th, fell to the dark in a calamity that mirrored the one which so nearly claimed this world. I was one of several heroes, failed to save it. Hey! The boy, Unkalai? I have glimpsed him in your memories. He was a friend. Hold up. That's the Warring Triad dude, isn't it? Like him, I heeded the words of the Ascians, or Ascians, I forgot how to pronounce it, and I might redress the balance. I chose to come here and hasten a rejoining of worlds. A shard subsumed by dark demands a mirror of blinding light. Primordial forces will strive to achieve equilibrium, but there was a solution. A single solution, I believed. Were a flood of light to consume this shard in its entirety, it would be of no use. The Ascians made it clear it must be brought to the brink, but no further. The task was difficult, but the plan simple. Souls predisposed to light, fledgling heroes in the making. I would bring together Ardbert and his comrades and groom them for higher purpose. I would play the part of comrade, guide their course, all the while laboring in secret to pit stronger and stronger enemies against them until finally, once they were the warriors of light, brave and true, I would reveal myself as the warrior of darkness and extinguish their radiance forever. Thus would this world be primed for rejoining, and the source for a calamity. The Ascians, who called themselves Mitron and Logriff, were confident it would succeed, and indeed Ardbert and the others rose to the occasion, as I knew they would. It was not to be. I had misjudged Ardbert. His comrades before him had made their sacrifices in turn, and as their mirror I had grown stronger for it. Had he but embraced his role, struck me down, victory would have been mine. But Ardbert, dear Ardbert, would not forsake his heart. In the end he chose mercy, and he chose love, and I was undone. The rest you know. He sought out Mitron and Logriff and granted them what he refused me. They accomplished everything they set out to achieve, and then the flood came and washed it away. In the wake of my betrayal, I would look on from the shadows and reflect on the many sins as all fell to ruin. Denied death, then and now, and perhaps ever after as a fragment of my essence endures. But then one day, years ago, my fallen comrades rose again as the cardinal virtues. It coincided with the arrival of the first scions, I later realized, a defense against the forces being marshaled to undo my failure. I can but assume the Ascians planted the idea in Vothri's head. They were his creations, after all, and with their graves in Ylmorian territory, it was doubtless a simple matter to have their bodies exhumed and prepared. Who am I to speak, you may think when I say this, but when I saw these abominations that he had wrought in their image, I was filled with such despair, such anger. I cannot unwrite the past. My soul is tainted with blackest sin, and I will not pretend it can be ever otherwise, but this act I could not ignore. If the Ascians were going to such lengths, then surely others would cross the rift in due time, and so I hatched a plan. I would assume the guise of Saela, take up her residence in the Crystarium, where I would take measures to bring the most ambitious of adventurers, individuals driven by more than coin, virtue hunters. That way, when the enemy the Ascians feared more than any other came to the first, the stage would be set. They would join in the hunters' quests, and together unmake Vothri's simulacra, and lay their souls to rest once more. And so you did, Lore. The virtues are no more, but the one ultimately responsible for their creation, the devil who doomed them, set them on their doomed path, lingers still. You know all there is to know of the heroes who saved this world. The truth I kept hidden in the shadows is yours, and there are no more secrets to share. And so I ask you to grant me that which Ardbert could not. Death. Dot, dot, dot. When you look at me that way, you remind me of Ardbert. Yeah, funny you say that. He never did let me take the easy way out. I'm guessing suicide is out of the question, too. How can you stand there and say I deserve to live, knowing everything I did, the lives I destroyed, the chaos I wrought? The Warden's pale in comparison. Surely there is no greater villain than the Shadowkeeper. I like that second quote. Death is no comfort to the living. It's not great, because it's also not 100% true. But your penance, my dear, is much worse. You must live. You must suffer life rather than embrace death. How does one even seek atonement? 'Tis an undiscovered country. Hey, with no charts or stars to guide. How will I even know when I find it? Perhaps I may yet find purpose in preserving my comrade's legacy. in helping others to understand the sacrifices that made them true heroes. For now, I shall return to the Crystarium and continue to assist Galinard, while spreading the forgotten tales of the Warriors of Light. You would have been good friends, you and Ardbert. Maybe you and I will as well. I was going to say, I don't mean to spoil things for you, madam, but... Lightning. Lightning! This is not a time to have a lightning staff out. Just as Cashel gets here. Perfect timing. I'm out! Please! Hey, there's a lookout I don't have. Oh, good lord. If we ever fight Lightning, she will either beat our ass, or we'll defeat her, and then she'll get up and be like, well, that was a nice workout, and be completely unfazed by the fight. I tell you, I am not all accustomed to wearing armor any longer. Simply moving about in it is enough to tax my strength. In fighting? Ugh. Any one of Captain Lina's recruits could probably put me flat on my back. Fortunately, I needn't rely on my sword to spread the truth of my fallen comrades' deeds. Only words in the passage of time will see their legacy redeemed in the eyes of the people. I thank you for accompanying me on my journey of remembrance. May your deeds be ever remembered and celebrated as all heroes deserve. Plus the story. No, I'm serious. I've actually already put it on the document. I just need to update this. Debating if I have enough time to do the Gunbreaker quest in the next 15 minutes. What do you guys think? Because, yeah. I guess we can just start, see what happens. I mean, it's a class quest, so it's going to take a while. We're starting at 60, Rex. Oh yeah, I can fly here now, too. Whee! Whee? There we go. So, hey, it's the exact same outfit that guy has on. So I think this is the beginning of the Gunbreaker quests, I think. I don't even remember this guy. Who are you? I don't know who this is. Now that the Gunbreakers of Eld have yielded a portion of their wisdom. Yeah, okay, so this is right after we became a Gunbreaker. You're ready to take blade in hand. So this is a little bit in the past. Rather than spend moons and moons training you, perhaps we best find employment first. You can use the time between assignments to refine your abilities, but where should we start? Like those territorial sprites. No? Okay. The adventure skill. That sounds promising. I suppose we are adventurers after all. Tell me, Lore, are you familiar with this sort of thing? No, I don't know anything about adventuring. Oh my, in that case, we couldn't have found a better guide. I was... Okay. So a Vieira and a walk into a bar. What race is he again? Well, let's head to Gridania. I have done several raids in this game, yes, Deltron. Although I haven't seriously raided in this game because, to be perfectly blunt, I have never had time. I know exactly how much time raiding, serious raiding, is commits, and I do not have that time. So there's Totoma Toro right there, in the flesh, so to speak. It's Yoko's younger brother. Now that Mother Mune has made us formal members of the Adventurers Guild, we can start accepting assignments. In fact, we've already been given details of a potential client in need of a bodyguard or two. A man named Lassen Chow is waiting by the Wailing Barracks. Sophie and I will make our way there to get our bearings. Oh, right. Minor irritation number 736. You can't mount in capital cities. Also, the Ethernet is a little irritating to use, if I might be so bold. Ethernet. And Lancer skill. There it is. Ah, you must be the one sent by the Adventurers Guild, yes? Oh, thank goodness. 3 tanks to defend me. I mean, you want a bodyguard. Well, ahem. You mean to say you're unfamiliar with the most gifted harpsichordist who ever lived? Whatever possessed me to hire such uncultured... It appears my breath would be better spent briefing you on the nature of my request. A few days ago, Editha was receiving a most unwelcome missive, a death threat, to be precise. At first, I deemed it nothing more than a crazed scrawlings of some harmless churl. That was until during a recital, a stone was thrown at her, missing by a hair's breadth. Why are you building trolleys? I have, in my capacity as her manager, cancelled all public appearances until the perpetrator can be brought to justice. I fear, though, that my delicate tulip would wither and fail if confined to her dressing room, and she has herself expressed a desire to stroll freely beneath the canopies of Mikedo's amphitheater. I see where this is going. You want us to take her for a walk, huh? If that's all we have to do, we should count ourselves lucky. A threatening letter, a brazen attack in a public place, who knows what'll happen next. But she can't stay indoors forever. I say we accept. Splendid! Without further ado, I shall have Editha prepare for her promenade. This is a 100-footer, Pilot Shoss. I haven't had need for it yet, but I like to keep it on hand just in case. This is a Cat 6. This is also a really high-quality thing, and I'm not going to tell you how expensive it was. For something I haven't even used yet. The point, to explain, some of you probably think I'm just buying useless trinkets. This type of cable is invaluable for certain types of setups, most notably whenever I, fingers crossed, eventually get to buy a house. There is a reasonable chance that my router will not be in the same room that is ideal for my studio, and my studio is going to contain my computer. I've run cabling through houses before. You want a nice, long, high-quality cable for that. That's what this is intended for. It's just, we're not there yet because apartment. Anyways, we should see if anyone bears a grudge against her. Whoops, so I can hear the wrong button in the middle of that. Let's go. What's the symbol by my name, by the way? I know several of them, but I don't recognize that one. flower. Why do I return her? Oh, whatever. Know of her? I certainly do. I would consider myself one of her many admirers. In all honesty, I don't care for the way others who oogle her. Ugh. If the rumors about Editha receiving death threats are true, one of those lecherous scoundrels must be behind it. Why, yes, Editha has been the talk of Gridania since her debut. Her skill as a musician is without question, though I sense that many of her admirers are more interested in her bizarre stage garb. Okay, I'm curious what she's wearing now. I like that. Oh, Editha, even a moment deprived of her sumptuous harmonies. I don't think you're looking at her harmonies, buddy. Got it, we need to kill that guy. Allure, have you met Miss Undine? She's a harpsichordist, like Editha. Oh, that poor girl, what is the world coming to? That a gifted and beautiful young platformer like hers must hide away in fear of her life. It beggars belief, so she did it. It must be one of her followers. I've seen the way some of them look at her. Makes my skin crawl. With fans like that, who needs enemies? Yeah, thankfully I don't have any fans like that. So what do the other locals have to say? Yes, most of them think one of Editha's admirers is to blame, but I sense there's more to it. I think until we have more information, we should treat everyone with equal suspicion, to be on the safe side. Personally, I'd prefer to carry out a more thorough investigation, but we'd best not keep our client waiting. Damn it, Deltron, I knew it! It's okay, I can break you of that spell. All I have to tell you is that Guild Wars 2 Vanilla sucked. And then we're good. We're good. We're okay. The spell is broken. Anything new this year, Sheriff Yoda? Solo only. Editha assures me she'll be ready in 2 shakes of Aziz's tail. Whatever that means. Level sync. What is she wearing? That looks terrible on you. She's wearing like a bright lavender pink with lime green pantings. And the dress itself isn't flattering at all. Yeah, literally it makes her look larger than she is. And it doesn't even have good highlights. Like, the highlights just are edges rather than actual highlights. Sophie, Laura and I will escort her to the amphitheater. Why don't you stay behind? Right, I should be doing this. My throat is going to hurt so much this week, because I got so much reading to do. I'll keep an eye out for any signs of danger, and come running if you call. Listen, all I'm saying, Deltron, is that she looks like crap, okay? Although I was fully prepared to join you in guarding Editha, even dressed for the occasion, I will defer to your professional opinion. We don't need 3 tanks, buddy. Because she's apparently a white mage. La la la, what a beautiful day for a stroll. There's eyebrow. Pepsi Man. Alright, let's do it. I mean, look at her outfit. Look at it. It's just, ugh. Anyways, alright, we're done, we're done. The hair doesn't bother me that much. It's whatever. It's just kind of plain. The ears, I'm just kind of deliberately not commenting on. Oh, Gridania is a wonderful place. You should stay a while and listen. Oh god, you're right. She's the nonchalant. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, that outfit, that looks like a BC outfit right there. Hi, people. Stay 5 feet away. Repeat, stay 5 feet away. COVID. COVID. An unwanted distraction, but maybe they can tell us why those bandits are after her. We're escorting the lovely Editha. Please allow me to make a record of this day's events. The whole of Gridania delights in Editha's magnificent melodies. Every other musician pales in comparison to you. Yeah, exactly, Rex. Editha has only recently begun performing in Gridania, and has already amassed a considerable following. I have heard, however, some of them... isn't this the Summoner quest giver right here? However, some of the other harpsichordists are envious of her success. Is it true her music inspired all the wondrous places she's been on in her travels? I hear Editha has become something of a recluse of late. I do hope she returns to the grace the stage once more. Do you get the impression that jealous rival's the instigator? I mean, I already called this. Here she is. The Rabbit Ears. Who goes there? How did you even get inside Gridania? They have police forces in here. Step away from the girl, nice and slow. Oh, I think not. Lore, do your job. Okay. Oh, I don't have that ability, or that ability, or that ability. Hey, this is the first time I get to show that irritation off on camera. Still wrecking things, but... The most fabulously dressed FF character? That's actually a tough question. Honestly, I'm actually leaning towards the cloud dress, the third tier dress you get in FF7R1. Unfortunately, I must AFK here. Please forgive me. You enjoy it, Deltron. FF8 is a deeply flawed game, but there's a lot of good in there too, I think. It's just, it really helps if you have a walkthrough or just straight up cheating. No, Zobe, why would I shave tomorrow? Oh, FF8 is a game you can crack in half within the first hour. That's not even a joke. I talked about it during the review. The catch is, nothing really tells you how to do that. You really do need to have a walkthrough, or have already played it, or, you know, some kind of external knowledge. But if you do... I'm taking you in for questioning. You can... Oh, him! Not... You can try, buddy! You know what? That is true, Remedies Exion. Because LFR in WoW isn't raiding. I don't say that to be elitist. It really is a completely different mentality and structure. There have been times in WoW's history where LFR was raiding. Pandaria is a good example of that. But it's not that way now. Whereas in 14, you can just jump into the low-level raids like that, and honestly, you can contribute as long as you're paying even a little bit of attention. My, what a haughty little rabbit. Oh my god, it was totally the woman I called immediately. I like how they're not even dragging this out. It's just, yeah, no, it's her. The stage is set for your curtain call, though it cost me a pretty penny to rent the place. This will be the last time you walk all over my stage with those grubby little paws of yours. At least she's wearing a nice outfit, you know? That's all I'm saying. You know? That talentless sow's head on a platter. Save me the bunny eaters. Oh, they do not want to aggro me. Actually, I think I have the low ground here. Rax was never heard from again. Oh, yeah. So... so you can turn off tank stance in this. I'm not used to that, because in WoW, they actually got rid of that as a concept. So there is no tank stance anymore. The stance in WoW now is you're in protection spec. So I kind of got into the mentality of just being in spec. And of course, specs are the equivalent of classes in this game, so... I'm not saying it's a good or a bad thing. I'm just pointing it out. I mean, off-tanks can off-tank as is. You can change specs in mid-dungeon in WoW, remember. So, if you need an off-tank for a specific fight, someone could just go... and they're a tank. Yeah, that's how they deal with that. Can you switch mid-pull? No, you can't switch it. You cannot switch if you are in combat. That's the restriction. Dancer, Gunbreaker... Help me out, guys. Blue Mage, because that does count. And... oh, since Heavensward, I'm sorry. I thought you meant since Stormblood. My bad. So, yeah. Red Mage, Samurai, Dancer, Gunblade, Blue Mage. Blue Mage is... well, it's a thing. Good combat. Yeah, Blue Mage is kind of... well... I get the feeling they're experimenting with Blue Mage and haven't decided what they really want to do with it yet. That's the vibe I get. Like, as in the actual designers, you know. Now, I will admit, I played Blue Mage at launch. It was crap. It was Tessuck. Like, the abilities weren't all that interesting. They were way too weak. Getting them was a colossal pain, and there was basically nothing you could do. It was awful. Fun fact, this used to be my favorite song of this game. I'm pretty sure this is an ARR song. Whoop, hello. Did any classes get nerfed since Heavensward? Warrior. Now, I don't know if it's been brought back up. I haven't played Warrior since Stormblood. I haven't played a lot of things since Stormblood, honestly. Oh my god, they're leggings. They're stockings. They're socks. They're not actually legs. Show's over. Take off that mask before I cut it off at your face with it. It's... Okay, whatever. We know who this is. Miss Odin. I might have guessed, but what has Editha ever done to deserve this? That harlot doesn't know the first thing about real music. And she thinks she can steal my fans, my stage, with those appalling outfits of hers. I won't stand for it. I won't. You know, I'm actually with her. Let's hand her over to the red mage wannabe. What? I heard Undine wasn't exactly a fan of Editha's, but I never thought she'd have paid to have her killed. And now we know the highwaymen in the woods were in on her schemes, too. A few days back, they held up Undine's carriage in the shroud, but she made them an offer worth more than the valuables she was carrying. Mind you, I don't suppose there's many of those bastards left after today. You've done us a good turn, so if you ever need anything from the gods' quiver, don't hesitate to ask. Could you get her address? Like something else. Now that the danger's past, Editha will at long last be able to make her triumphant return to me, Keto's amphitheater. There's one thing I don't understand. Why did those highwaymen attack me and Radovan in the woods? Maybe it's because of your ears? I imagine Undine told them how much I love wearing my favorite bunny crown. They probably thought you were me. Oh, those aren't real. These ones aren't real Viera ears. At least, I don't think so. They're clearly made of cloth, I can tell from here. Actually, I was wondering if I might have a word in private with the three of you. But there's four of us. Yes, but only if I include you, which I'm not. What have I done to deserve such treatment? I suppose a lady's entitled to her secrets, but before I return to my duties, I wish to express my gratitude for your part in today's events. You performed admirably. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Now that pesky manager of mine's out of the way, let's go and get some drugs! Wait, aren't managers supposed to hook you up with drugs? Like, your manager's your drug dealer, right? That's not really a joke, unfortunately. Yeah. Anyways. What's that quest? That looks like a crafter quest. You risked life and limb to protect me, so it's only fair I explain myself. One moment, please. That explains a lot, actually. You mean to say she was a sylph from the very beginning? Oh yes, this one feels much more comfortable now. It is fun to use glamours to play the harpsichord, but it is a little tiring. And this one spent so long in walking one's house, this one nearly died. This one needs the sun's rays to flourish and to live. That's why this one had to go outside, even though the dangerous ones were all around. This one helps helpful ones will understand and not tell the simpering one. Listening ones will be sad if this one can no longer play the sweet, sweet music. By the way, this is like my favorite beast tribe right here. Your secret's safe with us. I mean, where are your bodyguards? I'm ever so grateful. Promise you'll come listen to my harpsichord soon. No, Roxy's boy. As I've said many times, I would rather they polish and change existing jobs than add new ones. There are too many jobs as is, my opinion. Not quite the conclusion I was expecting, but a satisfactory one nonetheless. I must say, you've acquitted yourself rather well, Laura. Normally takes a lot longer, sorry, Deltron, for novices to grasp the fundamental differences between a gunblade and a regular sword. Well, I did have literally months, no, year and a half to do it, so, I mean... It was originally developed by my people in the Third Astral Era, the March of the Allagan... I forget how they pronounce it. I've heard it. The Allagan Empire had driven us to barren wastelands, where even survival was a constant struggle. Our queen, Gunhildr, was closely guarded by loyal soldiers known for the unique swords they wielded. The loyal vassals were known as Gunhildr's Blades, a name that was abbreviated and applied to the most distinctive of weapons, the gunblade. By the way, what's funny is I heard several people making fun of the idea of naming a gunblade after a person. If you study history, you know why I find that funny. Anyways, meanwhile, the Allagans were developing firearms capable of launching projectiles over great distances. As they were similar in appearance to our gunblades, we referred to those weapons as guns, a term which is now commonplace. So, effective were these new weapons in the battlefield, the Queen's Guard decided to specialize in smashing through enemy lines and destroying them as swiftly as possible. Thus, we became gunbreakers. Even after the fall of the Allagan Empire, these techniques were passed down. I guess she's dozing off here. Passed down to each generation. My clan are the descendants of Gunhildr's royal guard, though I am all that remains. It is my duty to see that the art of the gunbreaker lives on, even if that means entrusting it to an outsider such as yourself. If you like history lessons, you two will get along like a house on fire. I do like history. I'd best leave it there for the time being. I don't want to overwhelm the lad. The best learning is done in the field. As pleasant as Gridania is, I'm eager to see what the other city-states have to offer. Then might I suggest Ul'dah? Their markets have goods from all over the world, and it's also my favorite city-state. Ul'dah it is, then. Okay, so I know you're making a joke, Mr. Red, but you realize the AK-47 is named after a person, right? The Kalishnikov. Mikhail Kalishnikov. AK-47. Shut up, Omega Legion. I mean, I know you're joking, Mr. Ed. I'm not trying to be snooty. It's just, I am amused that, you know, you happen to pick a gun that really is actually named for someone. Old Reliable, or Old Breakdownable, depending on who you ask. Best city, by the way. Fight me. Don't actually fight me, I don't care. You can like whichever one you like. But this is the best city. good to finally get away from that noisy marketplace. Not that this watering hole is much quieter. Still, it's a paradise compared to anything you'll find in Garlean territory. I think he's just in a sour mood because he can't find any work. You're not wrong there, Sophie. I'll keep looking, though. Lore, you better train by yourself. Okay, I guess. Hey, I'm done training. Ooh. Oh yeah, we're not. That was one quest, took 30 minutes. The walls that surround this city are named by Spinobi, who put money towards Fire Emblem Three Houses Blue Lions. Thank you very, very much, Spinobi. As always and ever. Appreciate. Give me a moment, I'll jot that down right now. Blue Lions, you got it. The walls that surround this city remind me of my homeland. We built it as a fortress to keep out invaders, and not that it made much difference in the end. No, it's Bazooka Joe, Deltron. Oh, not this again. Maybe you could lighten the mood by sharing our recent bit of good news. What is she wearing? He's wearing the exact same outfit. She changed outfits. Why did she change outfits, but not him? Ah, yes, seems like we found our next client. Nothing's been decided, but a lady named Oriel is waiting for us near the Gate of Thal. We'll meet you there. Why did you change outfits, but not you? I'm so confused. Where? Sapphire. In 14? Not a healer. And I'm not just saying that because of my own experiences. I am being serious. The advice I would give you is don't play a healer. Having said that, if you really want to cover your bases, there are a couple of classes that would be decent to play through. The first would be Summoner, which I forget what it starts as. Arcanist, I think, is what that originally is. Because Arcanist... So, yes, Arcanist. So, I would recommend Arcanist as a decent first picking thing. Because Arcanist, first of all, as you level... This is the only class like this. As you level Arcanist/Summoner, you will also level Scholar. So if you want to dip your toe into healing, you can. And it's a pet class, and it's decently designed, and it's a decent caster, yada yada. It's mostly kind of... Or at least last I played it, it was mostly dots, so cool. If you want to play a tank early on, I can recommend Warrior. Warrior was fun back in the day, and it's supposedly been made better, so it's probably still enjoyable to some extent or another. Warrior is originally called Marauder, specifically, so start as a... So there you go, there's my two recommendations, Arcanist or Marauder. Amongst the DPS classes... All the DPS classes I like, you can't pick up until you hit 35 or 50. So, I'm going to stand by those two recommendations. Do they really, Valvedrix? That's funny. Dark Knight? I've never really poked at Dark Knight. Like, it didn't quite catch me. Like, obviously my Dark Knight's, what, 50, I think? And I did do the quest chain up to 50. I did everything up to 50. Yep, 52. I don't know, Dark Knight didn't quite catch me, but I hear a lot of people think it's really fun, and it tends to be the other one other than Gunbreaker that everyone likes, so one of the two. This does have a good story. The 1 through 50 story is quite good. So all the class, I should mention something. Most of the classes, most of the older classes, have a 1 through 50 story, then a 50-60, then a 60-70, then a 70, and then that's it. Sorry, stop. So each of those is a separate quest arc. The 1 through 50 is all one quest arc, is what I'm trying to say, whereas 50 to 60 is a quest arc, and 60 to 70 is a quest arc. Now, I don't think that's true for every class, and not, like, I think Dancer, that's not true, and I'm pretty sure that's not true for Gunbreaker. But there's, like, a continuous thread going through a lot of those. And that's true. Sorry, Rax has a good point. I should mention that most of the jobs have... Jobs? Classes? Whatever it's called. Have the 1 to 30, and then 30 to 50. That's my bad. In several of the jobs, there's still connecting threads between 1 to 30 and 30 to 50, which is why I was grouping them together. That's my bad. But my point in saying all of this is all of them have their own degree of quality. I will say, however, that the one that sticks out in my mind as the least fun quest chain and the least fun class, I can't even find it, is this guy right here, Monk. I didn't like Monk at all. Now, granted, you know, Monk is positional heavy in a game that has netcode problems, for me. But if you have a pristine job, or a pristine connection, then this shouldn't really be any issue. Nevertheless, the quest chain for Monk can go to hell. I was not a big fan of that, personally. Dragoon quest chain was okay. The Heavensward Dragoon... What is this bar? I don't even recognize that. The quest chain for this guy in Heavensward was much better than the one in ARR. I barely remember the Machinist quest chain. That was just kind of whatever. Black Mage was a good one. Well, gotta dress appropriate to the class now. No, I'm kidding, This was another not very memorable quest in 1 to 50, in my opinion. The Bard one. Ninja was okay. There was some cool stuff there. White Mage. What was the White Mage one? Well, I remember Black Mage, which is more than I could say for several of these Remedies Exion. It was also, if you remember, I know this isn't saying much, but it was one of the earliest lead-ins to what Voidsent are, and kind of the beginnings of the Voidsent backstory and arc, you know? This one... wasn't a big fan of the Warrior quest chain. And, if I could be blunt, the Paladin quest chain sucked. I remember that one pretty distinctly. I was, not impressed. Anyways, I'm getting way off topic. Let's actually try to get some of this done in the next 10 minutes here. You're the bodyguards, right? We need your help. It's my husband. After he walked out, I thought I'd seen the last one, but now you gotta keep him away from us. We're not qualified to settle domestic disputes. Madam, this sounds serious. Hear her out, would you? Yeah, Paladin. I made such a mistake by starting with Paladin. I'm sorry to say it that way. How many of you have played Dragon Age Inquisition? How many of you got stuck in the hinterlands and it sapped your desire to play the game? That was Paladin for me, right there. Paladin just... all my enthusiasm for playing this game. Ugh. Yeah, it's actually, Tor Trooper is not an invalid comparison. It's functional. You know, there's good... It's doable. It's not a badly designed quest. It's just boring for me. And, of course, it was... its quest chain is... Anyways. His name's Garrett. He won't leave us alone. He keeps jumping out to harass us when we're by ourselves. If we go out to the city gates, I'm sure he'll follow us. And when he does, I want you to scare him. I haven't done the 70 chain? Hang on. I doubt he'll show himself if he sees you as bodyguard, so we'll wait somewhere nearby. When the moment's right, we'll give him a fright he won't forget. And we might kill him. See, I like your outfit better, Zero. So hang on. How far have I gotten with Paladin? It doesn't even say my class quest. Why doesn't it say my... Have I done it on Paladin? I might have, because I'm 74. What the heck was 60 to 70? Oh! No, that was in the... Well, no, that wasn't that, was it? Remind me. Because it's not clicking. I think I've done it, though. I have a vague memory of being in a big circular arena, but I thought that was in Heavensward, not in Stormblood. Was that... Hang on. Was that... Where was that? Here? Somewhere in here? No, that doesn't look right. Oh, it's in Olda? I had to have done it. I don't have it. I actually don't remember it. Wow, that's sad. Whatever. Wait, it's outside, right? Yep, okay. Yes, I did, Zach Taft. I even streamed them. Fun missions, ultimately disappointing. I can fly! Wow, that is a low ceiling. Probably lower, honestly, Spinobi. This game has a lot of length benefit on top of it. Remember, we've got the boy to think about. I'd rather not cut down a man in front of his own son. But I will if I have to. Get away from her. What? Who the bloody hell's are you? Friends of Oriel, walk away while you still can. But I only want what's best for my boy. Your boy? You've got no right to call him that. He belongs to me. This is your final warning. Bother them again, you won't live to regret it. I really don't remember the tournament. I'm sorry, guys. I had to have done it, because I don't have the quest. Just... wow. It was our pleasure. Yeah, this is a little creepy. People ain't cargo. Yo. Well, there wasn't much for you to do. Your presence lent weight to my words. More importantly, the client was satisfied with our works. Yeah, she seemed rather pleased with herself. Listen, you two, no time to explain. We have to follow that woman. Okay. Bells, bells. When Sophie's gets one of her hunches, there's no stopping her. Pretty darn sure I have the wings. Because that's... oh god, what's the icon look like? Is that it? That's the one. This, right? Also the coolest looking ability in the entire game, which is a shame it's on frickin' Paladin. That's actually Zero, but yeah. Ha! You missed! Yeah, I guess I had to have done it. I have no memory of it. That's so sad. Whatever. I remember the 1 through... well, the 30 through 50 Paladin chain. One of the Gladiator quests didn't work for me. I forget which one exactly. But... oh wait, Gladiator? Why am I saying Gladiator? No, I'm saying that right. Yeah, Gladiator. Sorry. The Gladiator chain... I'm saying that wrong. I was thinking of Warrior. The Gladiator chain was better than Paladin. I'll agree with that. I was thinking in the wrong direction. What am I doing? There was one chunk of the Warrior quest which I didn't care for. That's what I was trying to say. That's a very cool shot Pikachu, Beltron. Why would she bring Tim all the way out here? A good question. What are we supposed to do with a runt like this? If we feed him up, he might worth something someday. She's selling her own child? Wait, is that... enough of this! Stay away from my son. Son, you should have kept out of this, mate. Too late now. We're just watching this. Quickly, we've got to help him. We could have done that. Like, what are you doing? Okay, fine. Can someone do something, please? Jeez Louise. Hey. Yeah, I'm 80 right now, so you are mega dead. Ramastav. Or Rumma. I've heard some people call it Rumma. You terrible Bragon. You saved us. How can I ever? Daddy. Laura, I let you down. I let everyone down. But Sophie, what happened there? I knew it from the moment I met Oriel. There was something not quite right about her. It wasn't until later I realized she's a somnus addict. Once it takes hold, it changes you. She was able to keep her addiction hidden from most, but not from me, and probably not her family either. Yes, I'd known for a while, but I had no idea she'd do something like this. God, if I hadn't started gambling, this never would have happened. My debts spiraled out of control, and she ran to get away from me, to start a new life with our son. The shock of losing them made me realize I couldn't live like that anymore, so I vowed to turn my life around and worked my fingers to the bone to repay the money I owed. But by the time I found the courage to track down Oriel, it was too late. She'd made new friends, the wrong sorts of friends, and had to resort to God's only knows what to make ends meet. It became too much to bear, and Somnus was her only escape. Nothing else mattered, not even her own child. So you see, it wasn't the only life I'd ruined. I made her who she is today. And the reign just started. What will you do now? I plan to send her to Frondale's Frontistery. I'd say that. They can treat people like Oriel, although it costs more than most folks can afford. I got a 1.8 million gil lying around. Do you need a loan? 0% interest. Just saying. We'll take it one day at a time and see how she responds to the treatment. I know she might never recover, but I can't give up on her. Obviously, she's in no state to look after Tim, so he'll be living with me. You could have been killed for confronting those slavers. If you wind up dead, there'll be no one to look after the boy. From now on, you need to think before you act. I will, I swear it. Thank you all for everything you've done. Yeah, I always assumed that was someone trying to set us up, Remedies Exion. And a way to show off how, you know, internally corrupt the Guard were of Ul'dah. Also known as the best city-state quest chain, by the way, if I can just say that, back in ARR. That poor child. Sophie's quick thinking may have saved him on this occasion, but I fear his hardships are far from over. I, on the other hand, only succeeded in disgracing myself. Again. It's not your fault, Radovan. I think you owe Lore an explanation, though. Yes, if we're to fight side by side, there's something you should know. I actually can't fight side by side with you. Though I served as an Imperial conscript for a time after I disobeyed a direct order, I was sentenced to solitary confinement for more than a decade. Well, that's incredibly inhuman. Like many of the inmates, I was forced to wear a Magitech collar. The wardens could use them to administer a severe electric shock anytime they pleased, and pleased them it did. The paralysis would eventually wear off, but even now, years after removing the collar, my whole body will suddenly seize up. It's as though the pain never left me and could reawaken at any moment. Okay, so, I think I'm sick of this setting. Where's my destroyer? Where's my Star Destroyer? It's not here. I need my Star Destroyer. Frostborn? Anything? All I've got is a Yoshi. Alright, Yoshi. I need you to wipe out the setting. Yoshi! And that's the end of it. Radovan saved my bacon more times than I can count, so it's only fair I do the same for him. We've been through thick and thin ever since the first time we met in that Garlean jail. I was awaiting execution along with other members of the Resistance, as well as various insurgents and undesirables. Among them were several Somnus addicts. Even in Imperial jail, there are ways to get your hands on it, and when I saw Oriel, I couldn't put my finger on it first. But she had the same look in her eyes as those lost souls. Anyway, where was I? Oh! So Radovan has been meaning to escape ever since he was first imprisoned, and he was secretly digging a tunnel. A few ilms each night, over the course of about 10 years. The only thing was, it went the wrong way. And one night he burst through my wall. Why'd you have to tell him that? You know I'm far from proud of my miscalculation. It's not funny. Well, things worked out in the end, didn't they? The other inmates made such a racket when you came crashing in, it drew the attention of the wardens, and all hell broke loose. In the confusion, Radovan and I forced our way past the guards, and by some miracle we avoided the spotlights. And finally we were free. Free to return to my wife and child, and to my homeland, or so I thought. While I'd been rotting away in a cell, everything I knew, everything I'd loved had been taken from me. Yeah, there's no happy endings in this game, by the way. I don't want to be real clear about that. I should have been there, but I couldn't even... Enough of this. We've spoken over long. Where to next? Any roads. I think I've had my fill of Ul'dah. Let's try our luck in Limsa Lominsa. I'm sure a change of scenery will do us a world of good. Yeah, I like the sound of that. Let's reconvene. Let's get out of this rain. FF14, as of what I know right now, do not spoil please, is doomed, yes. Meanwhile, Zira's fine. I'm out here like, what? I'm good. What? So, we will see if that ever changes. As usual, Limsa Lominsa is the place that's absolutely flooded with people. Most of these are probably bots. Absolutely, Deltron. And I mean that sincerely. Yes. Yeah, I don't know why they all gather in Limsa Lominsa. That's been true for years at this point. Like, that's just an old tradition for some reason. City founded by pirates. That was a terrible idea if I ever heard one. With all the cutthroats running rampant, I'm surprised there's anyone left. What about the thieves? The sea breeze? There'll be plenty of time to enjoy ourselves once we've had one more gil in our pockets. Lore! Still waiting word from the guild, so go level. Well, for once this will not take me 5 seconds. This will in fact take me 13 hours. So I hope you guys will join me in about 13 hours at 9 AM Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, where we will continue and hopefully finish the Gunbreaker quests. And then... let me think about that for a moment. Yep. And then we will go ahead and do the Nier raids and start the Save the Queen quest. And that might be all we accomplish tomorrow. I gotta be real, I didn't think the role quest would take all day. I hope you guys have been enjoying. I'll see you next time.